Alright, folks, welcome back. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第278天 It is day 278. We cut it close yesterday. We figured out that if you start your reviews, right, and you go over the reset time, you still can complete all your reviews while not being affected by the reset, which is interesting. I kind of wonder what Kevin or Phil thinks about that, if that was intended or not. I like it, personally, so that your sessions don't get interrupted mid-session. That's nice. Wait, that occurred because I had a lot of fun discussion. You're eating soup. What type of soup are you eating? And give me the details. I know this isn't like, my father goes to, I think this is from Costco. Yeah, my father goes to Costco, right? And he buys his chicken tortilla soup that I really enjoy. It's quite comforting. It's the reason why I brought it up is that's what it reminds me of when we think of Americana, Mexicano kind of situation, like Tex-Mex situation. It's basically just shredded chicken in it's kind of like a corn chili like thing. Oh, I didn't even realize there's such thing as watch streaks. That's interesting. Yeah, what are you eating for the soup situation? There's a lot to talk about, but I will save I have a lot of questions, but I did watch the documentary, East Salinas. I'm also, like, a really quick comment. I also look forward to seeing Beyond Salinas. And congratulations to your younger brother for making it into UC Berkeley. I think Osgood, I'm not sure what your relationship with Osgood is, because when you were in the documentary, it looked like you were doing something else, like you were in a different class that your brother Jose was. But Osgood, I don't know what your relationship with him. There were a couple of scenes where you and him were in there, but it seems like Osgood was more viewed in the framework of Jose, because your brother was like the narrative that they were trying to paint, right? From my outside perspective, PBS has this way of trying to make sure the focal narrative is the idea of undocumentation, right? It was the main topic, which is very relevant today, by the way. And I think if there's anyone that makes a great case with their life, is probably Jose. Especially now he's 18 or 19, I'm guessing, by the timing. So that means he is actually on track at one of the best universities in the United States, UC Berkeley. That's very impressive. It's great to hear that your brother was very bright and he'll also have opportunities. Obviously, what PBS is trying to show, the documentary is trying to show, is that your brother is one of the lucky ones, right? And I say that a lot about my life as well. I know my parents work really hard in their network and stuff, but you have this idea of outside Hispanic descent. There's also African American, and then there's Asian Americans. And Asian Americans often have this like inherent bias where they there's this essay back in college that we read from an Asian American who wrote, I think it's an Asian American, who wrote about the myth of Asian superiority. And that was like, and also the idea of understanding propaganda and how like Korean Americans was used as role models for minority imagery in the United States. And I say this because I not for one day is is ever ungrateful, because I actually truly believe I'm one of the lucky ones. I am not the social norm. So when I think about it, when you think about these stories, it's great to celebrate the people who are very lucky. And I think your brother, he worked really hard. He also got it's so awesome to see the benefits that it can bring to the lucky ones. And then we have to keep in mind soberingly that working together brings the bottom line up, right? And I can assure you that the bottom line for Asian Americans, while they might be higher on average, there is a big bottom as well. Uh, Myself though, my parents were not like, based on the documentary that was shown, like the details I was trying to gather. It does sound like your extended family were completely segregated, right, from the move. So without the structure of a pre-existing extended family structure, that is what PBS was focusing on. The documentary is that when you do not have a tether, a foundation, how do you start that foundation, right? Oh yeah, because you have to look it up. You have to look up the stuff, right? Like the first thing you talk about documentary is you have to understand documentaries are it's a segment. It's a flat segment of it. I'm gonna take a chapter from Osgood. Osgood is, he's from UC Berkeley. He has adult vision, like he's the adult, like he's like a good friend. Good. Um, he's the person who has the time length. So I'm gonna echo one of the things that was shown in documentary. The first concept, in my opinion, that I often try to impart on people who are possibly younger and aspiring is when an older person looks at something, they think about it as a continuum. So the first thing I ask myself, obviously, is what happened before and what happened after when you see a documentary. So obviously, then I would want to read up on what was readily available following the documentary, and then what are the producers and co-producers intending to do with that. You don't stop at a single piece, and it's very relevant today. And I hope your family is safe and Jose is doing well with all this, because right now it would be a time for such a documentary like Beyond Salinas. And I'm sure probably Jose is going to be a public speaker at some point, or is already a public speaker for the current things that are happening, especially in California. It's less so where I am, which the closest thing would be New York City. New York City has a different conglomerate of things altogether. You can be updated on what Jose is doing on his Instagram for sure. Yeah. So he's a public figure now, and hopefully a very healthy, balanced public figure, because I know this might be a little bit concerning. I often wonder if the weight that is placed on children, I think the PBS thing raised much of the perspectives that I have, and it's often from Osgood's perspective. Like that's my perspective now, where I think and I see kids. It doesn't matter what your background is, like where you are. When I see kids, they are often placed with weights that they did not create themselves. So it's kind of daunting for me to think that you're living in a time where it requires very special, exceptional younger people who has become the consequences of the actions of the older generation to wield all of that weight. And hopefully your brother is doing well, like mentally and everything. I don't know if you've ever known, but we talk about children's cartoons a lot, right? And children's programming. I don't know if you're familiar, but a very significant, not the majority, but a significant number of kids who are in public eye and like under the scrutiny of public viewing, right? Very early in life. When they get to their adulthood, they are missing a lot of particular growths and transitions that help them manage, cope, and take advantage of their incredible influence, like early influence. And I mean, content creation already illustrates that without the necessary push of obligation. So you have like right now, you have as young as 13, I don't know, recording themselves and playing and performing really well in video games, and then crashing out in 16, like really early on because of public scrutiny. Because public scrutiny right now, the social norm is very impersonal. They don't consider the welfare of the person performing, because the platforms that we are on makes it so that the person who's making the stuff is fully responsible for their choices. So if you're 16, if you're 13, if you're 67, you are responsible for your actions. The companies and stuff that are profiting off of you and using that are not responsible yet, or legally. So like, for example, this one hurts me a lot. When I see an active crime being committed and the person who's posting it is the one committing the crime. So hopefully that's not the case. Your brother's gonna be like really, to me, it's great if he likes it. It's not great if it starts to overwhelm him, because like he's going to UC Berkeley. He's gonna get to study, maybe become, I don't know what your brother is going to become. Is he going to become an engineer? Like, it didn't really say what he's pursuing, because it's his first year. So second year, I think he's a freshman, either that or he's a sophomore. And he still gets to decide. There was a few blips that showed like he talked about what he's going to be. Not anymore? Okay. So he has a new calling in life. That's really great. I really liked that they used a teacher, like a very, I kind of like, I wanted to be someone like Oscar back in the day, like what he did. I actually was in a couple situations like that before, and what I saw was it felt hopeless. But it's amazing that you guys had someone like that. I would share a bit of my anecdotes. It might go a little long, but hang on, let me read the rest. You can, okay. Tomorrow you're going to an event, to one of his events. Cool. Hopefully you get to meet people and network and stuff and find opportunities as well. You'll be speaking at his third grade school for the first time. As in, is it the same third grade where they showed images of Oscar opening the door, like that facility? Is that facility still the same? There was one where you kind of see it looked kind of, oh, is that place? Okay. Yeah. Oh, that's super cool. He done many other schools. He has pretty good mentality right now. Excellent. He's doing pretty good. Victor Rios is his mentor. Ah, okay. Victor, interesting. What I can share something to relate to this. So there are other documentaries about Asian Americans, and one of the most classic, like, obviously Hispanic is number 2. Like, it's or number maybe 2/3, because Asian Americans are still really low in the minority. I would say they're really distant 4th, and most of them are Chinese still, right? Like, so I belong to the bigger section of American immigrants, way over. Um, and the story is quite similar, but I also got very lucky. So my background story is there are a lot of similarities. One of the similarities is that my parents, as for my first 18 years of life, so up to your brother's age now, my sister and I, at the age of 4, when I was 4 to 3, we were typically left at home, or like your mother did in the PBS. My mother would take us, and then we would be dropped off at our auntie's house. This is basically a friend who isn't working at the moment, and then my parents would go to work. My mother worked as a seamstress, so she did clothing like day in and day out in like the coofed up stairs of something, and my father worked a restaurant. The one big difference between my father, my family, and what it was described in the documentary about your family is that my extended family, my father's extended family, was here. They already established roots here. So how Chinese immigrants often work is they work in a network, but they establish businesses first, and then through those businesses they come into the country working for those businesses. And the moment they are able to go and open their own business, then they leave. So my parents, my father is one of the younger of 5. So my oldest uncle was already a decade into establishing their roots. So my parents came over here. My mother picked up working in the textile stuff. So like whoever's doing all the sewing and stuff, the clothes is great, but they get sold cheap, that kind of or they get sold very expensive, but the people who make the clothes get paid nothing, right? And my father was effectively the breadwinner. He worked for his brother, which is my older uncle, and he worked the restaurant. And we were left basically either with someone's friends, or once we were like 5 or 6, we were left at home. So me and my sister take care of myself. My parents just puts whatever leftover food is in the fridge, and then we go to you walk to the bus stop. It doesn't matter how old you are, like 5, 6, we just walk to the bus stop and get on the bus, come back home. The most interaction that I have with my parents when we were young is they yell at each other about finances, constantly complaining about trying to keep the business afloat. And that was like the first 18 years of my life. Like it kind of tapered off, and then the moment we left the nest, which is where you guys are now, like Jose has gone off to college and you're trying to create a life of your own, that's when my parents stopped struggling, or like stopped struggling in the sense of mental health and life, because they no longer need to support me and my sister. So up to then, when you think of your parents, yeah, you never see your parents. Like, and I was good. Like the biggest difference is, again, like my parents had extended family. So one thing that really like got my heart bleeding when I saw the PBS is that there were times when you and your family slept and went to school on an empty stomach. That is something that I myself haven't really experienced. Like my parents, if there's anything, they would be the one starving and not me. So one thing that I've always been grateful about, but not when I was a younger kid. When I was a younger kid, kids behave the way I took all of those things for granted, right? Because, and I don't usually blame myself for being like a spoiled kid. And I don't blame other kids for complaining that they can't eat when their parents can't. They're trying their best to provide, because that's what kids should do. They should want to thrive. You can't know better than that. So whenever I look back, I'm ever grateful. But when I was a kid, obviously, if I was hungry, I would complain. And like, my friends have this stuff and I don't have it, and my parents try to buy them. So when I look back, it's almost incomprehensible, despite how little money I spend nowadays in my adulthood. It's incomprehensible how I could ever thought it was okay to like ask my parents for video games, ask my parents for like, you want your cartoon to pay off so you can help your family. Yeah, that's exactly what the moment I left college, that's the first thing I thought about. It's like, whatever I can do, and then anything I can do, like, first, of course, take care of yourself, right? The sooner you're able to make yourself better, do your things, right? That's what your parents want. Your parents want you to get whatever your life is on a roll, and then that makes it all that much faster and more effective at helping your family. Doing both is a incredibly tough task to ask, but one thing you can really truly make your parents happy is that you can show them that you're all right. And that's what I focused on for the first, like, as far as I remember, up until I was able to do it. That was the only thing I think about when growing up. Now, while I never went home hungry, yeah, you just don't have time to interact with your parents. And what happens is that's their sacrifice. And my parents tell me the same thing every day. Like, and you hear this as a PBS special all the time. Your parents came to make a better life, but ultimately they underestimate, and they know it's going to be really hard, and it is still harder than they think. But the one thing that will always pay off for them is that their children do not have their life. And that's what, and to this day, my parents are they're senior citizens now, and they still don't know how to like enjoy that they don't have to work anymore. My mother still works. Like, she still decides night shifts at the local like bakery, grocery store is something that she wants to do. My father can't work because he has a heart condition, so he does other things, and they just like to sit there, and it's crazy to think, but I'm not sure how. I'm glad to hear you said your mother is doing okay. Hopefully she continues to be healthy and okay, and have a more auspicious chapters in her life. My father, like, my parents really don't know what else to do. That's kind of like the way to illustrate what it was like. Like, when my sister and I left, and then most of us are secure now, they legitimately have little to do. Like, they don't know what to do with themselves. That's all they've done. Like, that's all they've done in their life. So the first thing they do is like they talk about saving money, right? Like, right now it's great because they made it. As in, they don't have to think about money, but they're going to. And I think about money all the time. I just don't share it. So, like, when I'm talking about how it is, my sister, for example, would spend 16 hours at a airport, right, to save like a small percentage of the money, but instead of getting there early and more comfortable and spending the time with wherever they wanted to do. Like, I spend more, like, when I was an earner, like I earn, going to university and stuff. I haven't, the only time I've ever spent was spending money on others. Like, I would say over 60% of my money is spent on others. And in the rest, I invested. Like, that's it. Everything else is invested. So I like right now I'm asking myself, do I need something to upgrade, or can I make do with what I have? And it is so difficult to spend money because that's what you do. Um Here's one thing that I say I can't ever relate to. The Chinese American story is the Fujianese market. So most Fujianese parents are business owners. So they were already owners of their own business. And typically they run American Chinese restaurants. So if you ever walk into an American Chinese restaurant and they're yelling in something that kind of sounds like me every once in a while when I'm speaking, that's my family's background. Um, the American Chinese restaurants, probably the vast majority of those restaurants are run by the network that slowly helps Fujian people come into the United States. So they do run businesses. So the vast majority of the stuff runs business. Like even your sushi place is probably run by Chinese. If not, nowadays it's more like Vietnamese and Korean, possibly. But like, and then obviously when you think of Hispanics, a lot of the times the the Japanese sushi place is probably run by like a Vietnamese or Chinese family who hires Hispanics to cook. That's that's the network of minorities in the United States. Like the vast majority is that the minorities, and then hear me out. This is where it gets a little tricky because while there's an adamant like I don't want to beat around non like reality. The reality is that there is one minority that is very big, the minority group, but they have their separate problems and whatnot, and that's African Americans. So what I said in that that continuum, it's kind of missing the other one. So there's documentaries about that too. So it's pretty crazy. And I actually most of the things that I did in terms of outreach, so like what Oscar does, right? When I was in college, the outreach that I did in the Northeast area where I grew up, north like the East Coast, most of the schools and stuff that I visit, most of them are underprivileged socioeconomic places, and the vast majority of the people are African American. So they are either African Americans or like possibly like Dominican, like a darker like Haitian and um areas like that. And it's really similar story. Like it's pretty impressive. Maybe I don't know if Oscar feels like it's an uphill battle that he can't win the situation, but when I was 20s, like your brother is going to face this most of the time, right? When I was in college, I had the opportunity to go to other schools or interact with other middle schools of lower income areas because that's actually where I grew up. My elementary school about during your brother's age, I grew up in low income areas. So, but I didn't grow up around people like me. I grew up as the one that is different. So, my family, in order to get a better opportunity, when my father had enough money, he moved out. We actually moved away from New York City. New York City is where the hub is. Um, People, all the quote unquote Chinese immigrants are in New York City. So I didn't grow up around other Chinese people or other Chinese generation, like my generation of Chinese Americans. I actually grew around everyone else. So the most closest relationship I have are other multi generational African Americans. And then my family finally did well, and in middle school, right around middle school when I turned 13, we finally moved into the house that I live in today. Like right now, I'm sitting in the very house that I started the other chapter of my life in 13, when my parents finally was able to put down a mortgage on a house because they worked really hard for the business, right? And then the rest of my life was around rich, affluent white Americans. And it was very different too. So then you find out that, I found out when I got into the middle school, I was really far behind. I was the best student in the low income area, right? Like you just do as much as possible. I still remember these things. Like I share these stories all the time, and I'm internally lucky and grateful because when I moved into the new area, which I hope that's what happened to, I hope it happens to you and your brother. When I moved into the new area, it took like 1 or 2 years, but the first thing I received attention, as in, instead of trying to pretend to be invisible, which I was invisible. Like I wanted to fit in. Like I don't like sticking out because there was a lot of discrimination, hatred, even among minorities. If you're in your situation that you're different from others, there's racism and discrimination. Like I don't really blame any of the kids to behaving like that because it's part of the circumstances as well. Like they learn and inherit from the rigorous environment they are. Like when I was growing up in elementary school, I was surrounded by all black kids. And the one thing is you hate going to school, but you love going to school. So it was a little different from maybe possibly from you guys, where you might like certain things about school. I love the same things about school that I hope that you do and your brother did, Jose, as shown in the documentary. But I hate going to school because everyone hated me. Like, doing good means that everyone else looks bad because everyone else is different from me. I was like the one Asian, maybe two. Actually, I knew the other Asian. The other two Asians. One was Filipino. He was actually a friend for a bit, a childhood friend, and that was it. So everyone else, like when I go to school, I know they didn't show this. I hope it didn't happen in PBS where like what's shown, but you were around people like you, so there was some communal aspect. However, it also means it can't change because you're easily isolated and mistreated, right? As a whole. For me, I stuck out like a sore thumb, and everyone feels like they need a victim or like someone to lash out at. So when I go to school, basically I try to avoid fights, avoid attention as much as possible, because when I went to school, there's always a fight. Like someone punching someone, like I there was like kids biting each other's ears off and stuff like that. That was elementary school. That was like the first 5 grades in my life. Like you sit there, you try to be invisible, but you also want to try to do good in school. But if you do good in school, you're gonna be targeted. So that stuff, that was like my first chapter of my life. So I had different things, but that's because Asians, if you leave your community, that's a hello there. Ralama, hello. We're sharing a bit of like immigration stories because I could really, I don't know what it's like from yours, Danny, because obviously the PBS thing was covering your brother, and your brother had different circumstances too, because one of the emphasis is that you were born in the United States. I was born in the United States. It comes with a very different worry, and Jose was not. So it would be interesting to hear your story too. You listened for a few minutes with her saying hi, didn't want to interrupt. Oh yeah, fair enough. I hope that it doesn't catch you off guard. So when my parents moved to this very house, So they worked a restaurant. They did the Chinese restaurant thing. It's the quote unquote Asian American dream, the one that most people talk about. You come to the United States, you open a business, you work every day. My parents, what they did was they worked 14 hours a day, every single day. Not one day did they take a vacation. And when I was 7 or 8, we tried to help take orders, but I was a spoiled brat, right? Like I tried to use my English. We stayed in the front, but I was worried. Like I had problems like taking orders, and sometimes I'm afraid I get the order wrong. So whenever you walk into an American Chinese restaurant and you see the kids, they probably belong to the owner of the place. Like they are anywhere from 8 to 13, all the way up to 16, and then you try to hope that the son, if you have a son, that by 18 they're going to move out, maybe start their business, go to college, right? And then the daughter would stay until ideally either they get married, and not even they usually commute to school and stuff. My sister and I, obviously we were very lucky. We immediately left the nest. My sister was allowed to leave the nest, but we stayed close by most of the time because our parents don't speak English and read English very well, or not at all. So I have always been about an hour and a half to 2 hours from home. Like I went to colleges and places not too far, with an exception of 3 months in New Zealand. But that is after all these things. But I'm back at home because I want to make sure my parents do like Medicare, Medicaid, all those things need to be taken care of, because they're in their ways now, so they're not going to like magically acquire English, right? And that's one of the reasons why I'm learning how to read Chinese and all that too, to kind of connect with them. There's so much lost history. Like I can't even begin to tell you the details of how they came to the United States and all that stuff. And all of my grandparents have passed away already. And my grandparents stayed in China. So occasionally they visited when their health permitted, but my grandparents are no longer here. I'm, being the age, right? They lived a long, largely healthy life and rewarding life. So when I got here and I hung out with all the rich kids, then I had a different set of things. So that's where my life started, when I think about always doing better. Because the moment I got surrounded by people who can do better, all I wanted to do was do better. So it was a race. I got here, I realized I was 2 to 3 years behind, despite being a perfect A student in elementary school in another low income thing. So by the time I became a senior in high school, I caught up. But then I went to college, and I had no idea what to do for college. My immediate family, I don't know if who went to college first, but of the largest family, like in my immediate family, I was the first to go to college. So I picked the closest college, and that's where I met my Oscar. Actually, like, what I mean is, that's where I met all of them. My friend, like, people who changed me professionally. Like, those are like the life that I didn't have is not filled with regrets. It was, now I can see what I can do because I am around people that can do it, and they are people who are compassionate and generous. And I think that's what the documentary is trying to highlight, right? That's the idea of education, not deportation situation, where the environment, it's unbelievable, which is what Oscar was trying to say, or like the PBS or the people who are trying to say, is that when you are young, even in your 20s, right now, with the environment, you can synergistically make it not a self-fulfilling prophecy. You are not doomed to be things like. And there's one little disagreement I have with the documentary that makes minorities kind of feel like they're like us, the second gens, right, the American born gens, a little bit too narrow-minded. Is the idea that yes, we do hope for a better life, as in we are told by our parents like, oh yeah, don't be like us, don't be our. But there is a little grain that I don't like, that I kind of disagree with the documentary, is that those jobs, they can be affordable, they can be paid well, they can be a place of pride, but the conditions are terrible. Like the way the work and labor force is being taken advantage of. Because I want to highlight, like, if someone likes to make food, if they like to work the field, it should reflect their contribution through that labor. So I did see the little area where like, oh yeah, you know, we don't want to be like our parents, we don't want to like work the fields, the conditions of working the fields. Because I have to highlight that those people who do those things, they should get paid more, and they should have reasonable, humane conditions and whatnot. And some people take pride in that. So if no one likes to do those things, right? If no one is doing plumbing, no one's doing electrician work, no one's cleaning stuff, who's going to do them? I mean, some people can say, well, AI can take care of it, you know, we can design robots and stuff. It's like, okay, until then, I want to make it clear that a little disagreement I have with the documentary is, yes, all the kids want to grow up to not be like their parents, but I don't. Like, there's a lot of pride in it. The thing that must be distinguished is that your mother worked in horrendous working conditions. It is an opportunistic exploitation of labor. But there are other situations where you hope that the working condition reflects the sustainability of the people. So it was inhumane. Like it could be like it was a advantage, like they were exploiting an abusive relationship. The alternative is like, you have to remember, farmers put food on your table, right? Grocers, butchers, those people also do those things. And that is why it's so beautiful. So while I always wanted to be like not working in a restaurant, hear me out. I understand what it's like to have a privileged restaurant. So I do want to cook. That's one of the things that, yes, my parents made, when they were working, they worked really hard to be successful and whatnot. But there's also another way. You can work the fields, cut lettuce, and do things sustainably. But that's not the case for immigrants, right? That's not the case for your mother. So I don't want kids also growing up to think badly, poorly on people who actually do honest day's work as well. So that's kind of like another problem in itself, where like there are jobs that are better than other jobs. Like, is a teacher better than a street artist? Or like, is a fine arts person better than a like advertisement artist? There's jobs for people to contribute to society. So it was a little bit of a hinge point, because when we're talking about artists, like, my parents have a different perspective. If artists don't contribute to society, so that's kind of why that can be a little bit of a talking point when kids get used to thinking that certain jobs are like inherently bad. It's more the situation, the conditions were deplorable. and that sucks. Can you ask what's the name of the documentary that we've been talking about? The documentary is called East of Salinas, and actually, a really coincidental thing. And I did find one on YouTube, so you can watch this on YouTube if you want. As offered by Danny. Danny's family is actually part of this documentary, so he was sharing it with me to understand a bit about his younger brother, and then by extension him and his family. I really do want to hear your side of the story too, Danny. Hopefully one day in the future it will be like something about your side of the story, because it is a really big deal that you were born in the USA. Like, this is a very big thing. Right now, it's still a big thing for me, because if I were to like, when people talk about this stuff, it's a big deal that I am a Chinese born American. Or American born Chinese, sorry, the other way around. like an ABC. Other people that I meet, like when my parents think about other families and like their daughters and stuff, a lot of them are 1.5 gens. And it's called the 1.5 gen, is like your brother. Your brother is a 1.5. Basically, your parents were the first immigrants, and he moved. He moved early in life, so he's more socialized as an American. But then there's this ever-present looming concern about citizenship, and it's been a topic most of my life. And so 40 years, it's going on 40, right? I'm about to turn 40. It is still a discussion, because a lot of daughters in Asian American heritage, there's quite a lot of them are 1.5 gen. So their parents might be nationalized, but their children have like a more, like, there are hurdles that are involved in being 1.5. So it's awesome to hear though that your brother has made it to UC Berkeley. A little bit about my background. Again, like, I graduated high school. I went to the nearest college, and in college I was a US citizen, right? I was born as a US citizen, so I received a lot of funding. I received a lot of government funding, and I also did well, so I received scholarships for this college. And that's when I met arguably my best friends for life, my brothers, like BFFs, right? BFFs, my brothers from another mother. They're not Chinese, so like they're American, white American, German, white American. And I met my mentor for like one of my earliest mentor. And much like maybe something your brother mentioned, he is the reason I wanted to be in some sort of education. I talk about him from time to time, and I still talk about him. He still teaches there now. He's like the thing that my parents gave me everything. I have to emphasize that. My parents gave me everything, but there are things they can't do. And they know it. So it's not out of disrespect. It's more like, it's great that because of them, I was able to get that opportunity. And eventually, actually, once I graduated from college, I was still playing catch up, by the way, because I went to the nearest college possible. But whichever one is more affordable, it keeps me close to my parents. Eventually, though, after college, I actually started working for the government. It's in a postbac for 2 years. And that's when I started playing catch up because I was 2 years behind. Everyone was way ahead of me, right? And eventually I ended up at Johns Hopkins University. You know, which is, I had a choice. I had lots of choices of the top universities in the country. So I ended up choosing JHU because it was close to my family. And it had connections with the people that I worked with as a postbac. So I was already playing catch up. I was 2 years older than most of the peeps as well. I was still playing catch up in grad school too. Here, that comment when you guys moved, like, and then the school showed like, the academic, the math related thing in the PBS documentary that showed like, oh yeah, remember that they're competing, but all the other people, they're way ahead. They have all the advantages, all the privileges, but the idea is you do your best, you continue to do your best, and you're getting exposure, right? You see what can be. And that is like the Cinderella story that is often, you hope, is the common thing that happens, or like that you want to sell or you want to show. Ultimately though, when I do outreach, when I was in college and grad school, I did outreach for like lower income places like high schools and middle schools. And you go there and they're like right neighboring. They're in the same city, right? You look at those and you realize the statistics doesn't back that, right? The colleges will do the most they can. Like for example, JHU, what they do is one of those kids that are in this program that we do outreach, or like one of the kids in the various programs, they will get a scholarship, a full ride to the college or the university that I did outreach for. But the thing is, one of them is going to, but the rest, they like the idea of college now, they like the idea of doing those things, but 90% of them won't ever see it, right? The statistics are still very low, where you're gonna have greater than 90% of them not have opportunity, right? And that's kind of, I don't know that reality changed at all, but nowadays we have a different narrative. College and universities is not where how I say, opportunities are being offered anymore. Opportunities being offered, right? It looks different now. The landscape is different. This is more than, it's getting close to more than 20 years ago. So when you guys were little babies, like when you were still a little wee bit, Danny, when you were still a wee bit baby, opportunities were presented as colleges and universities, and it looks like it's still kind of there when you guys were growing up. So I'm assuming it hasn't changed too much. The idea is now, though, because of the way the internet works and how information goes around, opportunities are being offered elsewhere. And this is where it gets hairy. College and universities often have a problem with competition. Like, and what I mean is, it's the best case scenario of a worst case situation, or like, it's, yes, where like it started becoming a bit like they need money, they do business because it's to help sustain the model, right? But now the newer models is businesses, private sectors, at least in the United States, private sectors having control over gaining competition and whatnot. So now what you're doing is, while there are more opportunities, or it looks like there are more opportunities, when you think of businesses and enterprises, they're not standardized. So it's more of a lesser of two things now. When you go to a university, yes, there's still competition and business, but at least there are some things in line that stand the test of time. Like the formal education had hundreds of years, right? Hundreds of years of standardization. So despite all the things you hear, like, oh, this university, they basically, you just pay and you get settled with debt and never helps you with getting jobs and stuff. It's like, yeah, because one of the competitive edges is that the large majority of wealth and stuff is from businesses and private sector in the United States, in my opinion. And they get to choose their terms and their conditions. So those opportunities you see can be a mixed bag because they're not standardized. Meanwhile, yes, you might get a mediocre, you might get an averaging effect for universities, but the bottom line is not the bottom of this. So when it comes to businesses, your range is huge. Universities now, their optics, like what they appear like, it has a smaller range, but it's still above, the bottom line. So when you're thinking about not getting a college education and all that, it's excellent to develop skills to make sure that you are not being taken, not neglected, basically, right? Because businesses operate on optimization. So they are not entitled for integrity and stuff. You don't need that because it's not about subjectivity. It's more about like money, right? The objectivity. So one thing now is to get literate about business opportunities. Understand that if you're not going to a standardized route like your brother in UC Berkeley, know that yes, this can be very attractive. That's how businesses present themselves. The maximum opportunity, which is what the internet does, right? The internet presents you with the best outcome, the ideal outcome. That's what they sell. Or maybe whatever good stats they have. But remember that the bottom is also there. If it's not seen, you can't see it, right? Kind of like the immigration thing and whatnot. When you're presenting a narrative, it's tough. In school, in formal education, there's still a check for standards. Like at minimum, when you get a degree, you have to have completed something. Businesses is a wild west, so it does often feel like luck comes in that factor, and networking and stuff. So that's why networking, in my opinion, now has often been skills that I focus on. Networking, communication, right? Communication, self-expression, right? Because you need to know how to communicate, which is self-expression and talking to another person, and then scouting, right? You have to create. One of the major parts of success now is if you're not someone who's going to go into an institution, which the institution has a standardized approach. Like when you go to a university, you will be surrounded by the bottom line, the entry line. Most of those people are vetted. If you're not in that environment, you have to know where to look, right? That matches you. So creating that environment is typically why I focus on communication skills and critical thinking. This is, if there's anything that a university has got to teach you as a side thing, is to understand how you can say the things you need to say and look for the things that you want in it and what are the characteristics. That is something, if you're not in an institution, you hope to gain through experience. And that summarizes like what we spent a really long time talking about before. And it's already echoed in your good friend Oscar. I think the PBS thing captured enough of what it's like. The idea is teachers, adults, like older people must impart, at least in my opinion, it's a professional integrity or even a privilege. I don't want to say privilege because I don't think this is optional. People need mentors in which they can impart on how they can do these things, whether you're in school, making out on your own, so that the environment meets the person, and that way it is possible to have people who love to work the fields, be in the fields, people who just like to clean things. Or they're happy enough to do that. There are things that can equilibrate, but right now I think we live in a time where this stuff, I forgot what it's called, but they gave it a name. It's kind of like called the Great Reshuffling. I don't know if it's called the Great Reshuffling. I'm just gonna call it the Great Reshuffling. When education meets like the person, if you shuffle people around, there's someone willing to do a task that needs to be done, but also have the compensation that meets their demand, as opposed to individuals who get stuck with something when they could be doing something else better. Like, for example, your mother, right? Like I was very distraught. I was really discontent when I was hearing these things because I do see them in other people that are around me in my life. Your mother may never know what she could have done better. And what I mean by that is she was already dealt her circumstances. But the question is, could she have done a different task better? And it would be more of a win-win situation. Like, use her abilities elsewhere. But you will never know because there's no shuffling. There's no shuffling of people, right? Like, the jobs and opportunities don't find people best suited for it. It's the other way around. The people are fully responsible in being able to access and communicate what they are good at. So if you are not, in my opinion, if in the United States, if you do not have the communication skills and the self-expression skills to tell prospective people what you're good at, it's very rare, and it's lucky. This is why I feel like Jose is lucky. I'm lucky that there are people who see it when you are unaware how to express it. That's, to me, is what luck is, when opportunity finds you. However, while you wait to be lucky one day or have opportunity find you, in my opinion, much like what the cliche of the American dream is, you have to at least minimally, in my opinion, have to develop skills to go look for opportunities and make your opportunities. It's so cliche and it's not easy, and it still have elements of luck. But one of the biggest things to want to look for things and work for things, at least in the United States, is see other people knowing that, oh yeah, they still have to get lucky. But meanwhile, you work at when to see or find that opportunity, because the environment is relentless in a like capitalistic world, in my opinion, where the opportunity could be there. You don't know because you weren't ready to see it. So that's one thing that I often feel you can still do. So while all of that is happening, and yes, life can make you lucky, you can have aka the American dream, right? The American dream, it's a dream because it's lucky. It happens when you didn't do anything, or you try to mind your own business, and then someone came along and said, yes, that's what I want. And they happen to already be pre-established with resources. But while you do that, how do you get better at being discovered, right? I know I say this and I'm I'm posting content, right? That's why businesses have lots of, in my opinion, responsibilities. Because how do you get discovered? If you work hard and learn how to express yourself, you might increase that odds. And that's when you wait for luck to happen. So what happens is you can spend more of your time trying to increase your discoverability, and also start imagining and working on what you're looking for. So when you start that, you will be able to at least increase the odds of getting lucky. So you place yourself in strategic places. It's like, okay, well, I don't know if anyone's interested in this, but at least I know where to be so a lot of people can see me and see what I do, and they might be able to scout me out. And I think that is one thing that I've learned, not through my life, but from people who were already established in the United States, like from not other Chinese Americans, from other very well-to-do, like being privileged, right? From other, what I've learned from other privileged people. You have to place yourself, you have to be good at expressing yourself and drawing attention in the United States. And you also have to find the environment in which you have the most optics. You appear most auspicious. You are the auspicious choice in investment. So it's not the same in, like, I'm gonna go on a limb. My parents' mentality, that's not what made their business successful. And their mentality came from China. The way they approach made it successful at the time because they changed the environment around them. Like they literally, like they did do some opportunistic things. The reason why we moved and I like grew up in an all black school in the because it was an ideal place to open up a Chinese Americanized Chinese restaurant. So, and they traded all for the long game. Like it was possible for us to move to this house in 13 years of my life, because the first 13 years you did all you can in order to make that leap. And that's kind of what you're doing now. You put all your efforts into a thing and you try to make that leap. And then you make another leap. Like it's not going to be the end, you know? Once you make one leap, you're going to make another leap. You're going to try to make another leap. And that puts smile on people's faces. It may honor, like make your parents proud, and you can give back to your parents. And that's like, I literally said this to my parents whenever we go on the rare vacation. Like, do you know what a vacation, like, here, I'll give you an idea of what a vacation is for my parents. My parents' idea of a vacation is to go to an obligatory visit in which they spend money on other people. That is my parents' ideal of a vacation. Basically, it's a 8-hour round trip drive for a 4-hour function. And I would attend these functions too. It is celebratory. Like we go to like weddings and whatnot, but those are their vacations. They rarely ever do anything for themselves. And I'm gonna be real. I say this like I'm criticizing them, but I do the exact same thing. I rarely take vacations. Like when someone say, "Oh, do you want to go on a cruise?" Actually, I think most of my friends gotten the idea at this point, the normalization, like, nah, he probably wouldn't be interested in going on a vacation. That's something that I have to get adjusted to. And the thing is, you save up, right? You make the leap. And I just said this in the last vacation. We were on the drive back, and my father would say something, "Oh yeah, when I do this, it's gonna cost too much money." And I'm like, "What are you saving your money for? Like, who are you saving it for?" And that's why I was asking, because I'm older and I no longer am dependent on my folks. And I asked him, like, what are you saving for? You should use the money. Like, I understand that you spent most of your life saving money in case something bad happens, right? In case, because it's what they did their entire life. They never felt like they were ahead. I still think if I asked them today, they never are going to feel like they're ahead ever. But they are now. They are actually statistically ahead. And it's to the point where when they say like, "Oh yeah, but we got to make sure our life insurance is in, like make sure all our savings in, so in case, like you or your sister needs money or something bad happens, like, you don't have to do that anymore. Like, go spend it. Why do you keep bickering and talking? Like, my parents do this routine every single morning. It's like the thing that's baked in to their DNA now. When I used to sleep, that's all I hear. My parents both yelling at each other about money and business. Like, I went to college, it kind of lessened. It still hasn't changed. They every morning after 2 or 3 hours, they're gonna bicker about something dealing with money, politics, religion. Like, it's constant, right? It's there. It's not a bad thing because it's kind of what they do. Like, if they don't do it, I'd be a little bit worried at this point. But whenever I say like, why do you want to drive like 4 hours to this? Well, go take a plane, right? Or something. And my parents like, why would I take a plane? You can save money this way. So who are you saving money for? Like, and they're like, well, what if you run out of money? It's like, I won't. Like, that's not your problem anymore. Like, you need to stop thinking like there's nothing else to live for, right? Other than, like, not something to live for your life, right? That is kind of what I felt the entire time when I was watching the documentary. Like, it's incredibly unbelievable what humans are able to do and get used to doing. And then when things change, when you're old, it can be very difficult to be like, oh, well, I actually feel even worse if I spend money on myself because it feels better if I was saving money. And that's what my parents do. Like, sometimes they would buy something and I'm like, why'd you buy this? It's like, well, it was cheap. Like, you bought like 10 bags of something for the cost of like one bag of those things. And I'm like, it's very difficult to understand. Like, those who are successful and work hard are still, in my opinion, going to live a life, in my, like, personally, and it will still feel good to save money and to like do less, right? Like, what I mean is like do less for themselves and continue to think future. So I kind of accepted that part. Like, what's a more utilitarian or thing, right? They actually wanted him at Harvard but decided to stay in the States. Oh, interesting. So he got a Harvard invitation too. Harvard was one of the universities too for grad school. I'm kind of curious if your brother will end up going on to grad school, but what was it? I had like Harvard, Duke, University of Pennsylvania, Cornell at Ithaca, and Johns Hopkins. I think those were the 5. It was because I didn't understand how to do the application process and whatnot, so I didn't. I missed the Princeton deadline. I basically missed like a third of the graduate school deadlines because I had to figure out how to do it. I think right now I am still the only person in my very large extended family that went to graduate school. So it was wild. Like, going to college was weird too. Like, I don't know. I know they mentioned field trips and stuff. Like, there was like field trips and stuff. I still remember those days where, like, the only reason I didn't go to field trips is it would cost my parent money. And the only reason I didn't, there was another, or not only reason, there's 2 main reasons that I don't do anything in high school. My parents can't speak English and they can't read English. And that was speak or read English. That's reason one. So I would never try to include my parents in having to tackle their language barrier. And then the second is I always think if I do less now, I will be able to do more later. That's like the mentality that growing up in an immigrant family will get you. Like you constantly think it's the big thing. We're playing the long game. Like you play the long game, do what you can do now, and you're constantly thinking about when you are ready for that big opportunity. So first it was college, then it was grad school, or actually then it was my post-bac. I actually then moved the furthest I've ever moved away, which was about an hour and a half away, to Maryland, or actually Maryland, DC. So that's the first time I was in the city. Like I lived in a city in my life, and then I moved to a smaller city because Hopkins is in a smaller city. So constantly it's been a leap. And now I'm trying to adjust to a new lifestyle. So that documentary was fantastic. I think it's fantastic, and it requires a complementary documentary, which there are quite a lot of other complementary documentaries. So there are I actually watch more of the other side of documentaries. The documentaries that cover all the things that didn't work out, all the things that didn't make it. Not necessarily like a bittersweet moment. It's more like the unadulterated objective documentaries, the ones that just tells you what the reality is, and there's no like hope. There's no hope, there's no bittersweetness, there's no like narrative. They just simply tell you that, yeah, this is what it is. While you see those, and I'm really happy to hear that your brother, like, it is really heartwarming that your brother managed to get into UC Berkeley. And it's really great because they shared the detail. Obviously, this is what PBS is trying to write up. It's a hope piece, right? And because Oscar went to UC Berkeley, right? And hear me out. The person I'm talking about, his name is Dr. Pan. He worked at NIH, like the National Institute of Health. So that's what I did right after college. The first thing is he briefly mentioned it, and just so you know, I went to the college because my chemistry teacher graduated from that college. So in high school, when I latched on to one of the teachers, it only takes one person, which is what I believe to this day. It takes one person. So the one chemistry teacher came from a college, and that was the only college I knew at the time. I applied to that college, I made it work, and then in that college, my academic advisor and professor did this in his life before he started teaching, so I went there. And then my boss from that place that I work at the government, at NIH, he is from Hopkins, so I went to Hopkins. That's what I mean by luck and opportunity. I got lucky once, and I never looked back. I got lucky. I see that opportunity, I take it. I do the best I can. I see another opportunity, I take it. I don't think about all the opportunities. I don't think about maximizing my opportunities because I'm catching up. I'm trying to catch up in life. So until I get ahead, privilege doesn't slap you in the face yet. People aren't fighting for you. They're not like trying to. The first time I felt like I finally think that people are fighting for me or like trying to get my attention and stuff was when I went to graduate school. It was the very last step before this step, before I burnt out like the supernova that I was, and then decided life is good now and I can do things. What can I do now? I can give back, right? Before this, the step right before was the first time I ever felt like wherever I went, I'm the better choice, or I am more attractive than the statistical average. And that was amazing. And yet when I got into grad school, like when I went to the interview with the five choices that I had, I sit there and I look at all the other people around me. They were way ahead of me. Like I don't know if it's imposter syndrome. It's usually imposter syndrome a lot of times, because if you're there, that means you are also competitive with everyone else. But growing up as like a second gen of a immigrant family, the first thing you think about is you're not like everyone else. Like it's often like really terrifying. Like you sit there, and I still remember sitting in all of my interviews, like my interview groups. You usually spend a weekend visiting these universities, and you're already in. Basically, it's yours to screw up because they want you on paper. So now it's the interview process that separates you from everyone else. So you sit there, and when we're chatting in a meet and greet, all the people, like, they're saying, oh, I went to Princeton, I went to Stanford, I went to Berkeley, I went to MIT for their college. So your brother your brother represents like a Cinderella story that exceeded. I would look, if we were in the same generation and 4 years from now, I would look at your brother the same way I looked at everyone else around me when I was applying for grad school. Because everyone else, like, I shared like a table with the people that I competed with, especially for Hopkins. Like, the 2 of them went to Harvard, 3 of them went to Stanford. One of them went to Princeton, and all they talked about was like all the things they did in it, like how hard they had to work and all that. I focus on how hard they had to work, but they were more comparing their accolades. Like, it's kind of like the internet. Like, oh yeah, I finished this game in 3 hours. It's like, oh, you finished that game in 3 hours. I finished this game in 2 hours, and I did it with this. All I'm thinking about is I didn't play the game because I couldn't afford the game. That's what I was thinking of, by the way. So if you want like an analogy to how I feel nowadays, that's my mindset most of the time. The question is, how do I gain access to what they have? Every single time when someone says, oh, I've done this well, how do I do it? Can you explain to me and teach me? How do I gain access to it? And then when I do it, it's going to be different, because I want to pave my own road while also taking advantage of whatever you can give me. So that was the same as if you go into a Discord chat and like 4 different people are saying how good they become at a video game, right? And I'm sitting here like, I can't play the video game, guys. Can I tell you about the video games I did play? And then, those people would be like, oh, that's kind of cute. Like, we can't relate to you, but like, we're playing the good video games. You're just playing like the video games that, people that can only afford free video games or quote unquote afford to play free video games and stuff. That's what most of my life felt like until I got caught up. And then it doesn't change. Like, my perspective does not change. Like, a lot of times people would think the goal is, oh, now you're living the good life. So what are you doing when you're living the good life and you're like the role model and stuff? Like, I still do the same thing. Like, someone says, oh yeah, you're never gonna make it as a content creator, or you're never gonna get 100 million subscribers. Like, you're right. Unless I really change myself, in later years, which by the way, this is a real thing. By the time you get to your 40s and your 50s, after going through a period of many successes, there's going to be a period where you feel content and you lose that drive. Some people might feel depressed about it, and some people might feel closure, and I feel closure. So what happens is whenever a young person tells me that, oh, why don't you do some amazing things? Like, I want to see you do amazing things. My life is great now. Like, I think it's sufficient, but I want to see you guys do it, because when you get to my age, I hope you are happy. And when you are happy, you can then do it for the next generation. And I think that's what, in my opinion, what the director of PPS, I hope that's what one of the hidden messages behind those documentaries. It's to inspire, right? One of the directors of the East, Salinas, will be at the event as well. Both of the directors are very close to us since. Oh, yeah, they weren't like, were they actually in the thing? I saw the picture of one of the peeps, but I don't think they were ever like visible in the documentary, and those people weren't shown interacting with you guys. It's you know, I don't know if I want to ask this. I'm a little concerned, but what happened to the male individual in the family? It kind of like there's a clear skip. There's a lot in the, I know you mentioned your mother, and if this is too personal, you don't have to answer, right? Until you're ready or however. But what happened to the male individual in your family? Like the father figure. It kind of started with some peeps, right? Here and there, and then I'm not sure if it was the same person or not. They talk and are in good terms, but they're separated. Okay. That's the impression I got. I was actually really worried that it got worse. Your father passed away when you were a kid. That's what I thought. Immediately when I saw like how your mother was like presented and the stuff, my first thought was there's surrogacy in terms of father figures across the board. And then when it transitioned, when they showcased a father figure, like a temporary father figure, then it transitioned into like a little bit later where you moved and stuff, the father figure disappeared, and the first thing I thought about is, oh no. Like, my first thought is, you can only imagine the worst. But it at least it wasn't that. I thought of there are many things that happen, right? You can have abuse, domestics, sorry for YouTube algorithm, but these things can go really south. Like, and it's really tough because parents, in my opinion, don't necessarily become like, they're not inherently like that. I think when it comes to humanity and human conditions, desperation drives a lot of that. When you are placed in desperate situations, when it rains, it pours, especially after a critical mass. So that's fair enough. If they're separated, but they're mutually separated, that's excellent. Like, that's very far more than what I typically encounter. Like, usually there's like some sort of animosity, apathy, and it also filters to the children. So like, the way you're going to interact with me, right, as a stranger, right, like this little happening can be told through the environment that the parents left. So a lot of times there's a lot of correlations. Yeah, our friend now. Yeah, our friend now. So one of the things is that without the parent unit can be really telling. Can understanding the parent dynamics of someone that grows up around it can really determine what type of, in my opinion, what I use to focus on to encourage the other person to work on, right? It Trust is a really big one when it comes to a parent unit splitting up or even worse. So that can be really uh there was one part of the PBS thing, and I can't really like talk about it on these platforms too much, but it does seem like there was a bit of couple times in your life where there were early trauma, and that's kind of why when I think of parent units and they're not like there, right? They're not presented, it makes me think, where was the parent unit in it? It's interesting. I think one thing that it will be very difficult for me to relate to you and your brother and your family is the other angle that they were spinning, which is that there's a community. Like, you are attached to a community. So, like, the misery or like the opportunities and lack of opportunities or luckiness is in the context of a larger subset of people. I grew up in where I had to think of it as I need to fit in, not the other way around. I rarely had to stand out. And so most of my life learned how to standing out, which, for the record, you might be thinking, oh, but it was, that must have stuck at the as a kid. It did. I agree. Like, my younger self would say it was the worst thing. It stunted my growth in different ways that other kids around me did. Like, I have terrible communication skills. I couldn't relate to anyone. I basically really hated everything. Like, hated everything, but I never openly displayed it because the Chinese uh, tradition and behavior is you deal with it. You learn to deal with it. So, however, that also means that I play catch up later. So when someone says, like, I can't associate with people, I'm an introvert, I have social anxiety, I don't like hanging out with people because people don't understand me, that type of hate that people do, or not really hate, but self isolation. And I mean hate as in self deprecation. I didn't hate people around me, I hated myself. I hated that I was different. I hated that I can't relate to anyone. I hate when someone is enjoying something and I can't enjoy it because I don't understand why that's enjoyable. So instead, I spent my first 18 years of life doing exactly what Gen Z kids do, not immigrants. Well, we're talking about individuals with privileges, do, where they isolate themselves, have a algorithm dictate what they like, so then they hate on everything else and hate themselves sometimes because they can't help but hate other things that they don't like themselves. That was my early 18 years. I didn't feel like I related to anyone. And then when I went to college, all of that changed. So it was kind of a bit of a reverse where, like, no one sucked. Like, first, everyone sucked around me the first 6 years of my, like, the first 6 grades of my life. Everyone sucked around me, but they sucked in a different way. I didn't suck in the same way, but it sucked for me in a way that no one else can relate to. And then when my family moved here to, like, the affluent neighborhood, so, like, lots of richer people, much far more wealthier people around me, now it sucked because everyone is better than me. At least that's how I felt. Everyone is better than me. They have everything. And it sucked because I was better at certain things, but it was nothing everyone else was relating to. And then when college rolled around, everyone caught up. Things caught up. Everyone's an adult, so it emphasized individuality. And that's why I felt that I got lucky in the long game, because the first 18 years of my life, I felt like I had nothing to offer. Like, the goal every single day is to focus on how to make yourself better all the time, because there's no one else you can use. This is also pre-internet, so it's not like I'm gonna go on the internet and say, oh hey, there are other Asian Americans around, and like, oh, my cousins, I know a lot about I don't know anything about my cousins, like how their childhood was like and whatnot. So you don't have the connectedness of the internet. You don't exchange social media and stuff. And to this day, I don't interact with my cousins over social media because we belong to different generations, right? So we're disconnected. I'm like, oh, I can't use examples. The internet didn't have examples of that. So I just spend most of my days like, when someone says, oh yeah, why do you always care about other people? Like, why do you spend most of your time caring about other people or what other people do? It's not your business. Like, you don't understand. Like, I'm gonna try to refrain from saying you don't understand. I'm gonna say, let me describe to you my childhood, and you're probably behaving like that right now, right? You're probably behaving like that right now. Now hear me out. But let me tell you a story. The reason why we're so similar at a very different age, like usually I'm talking to someone I'm 20 years older than, is that I missed that part in my life. That part is missing. That environment is missing. The thing is, though, because of my interesting immigrant background, I actually experienced most of the symptoms, but in a different context. So the internet now does that. That happened to me. Why does that seem similar? When you go on the internet and you look up musicians, you are reminded of everyone else who is successful in music but you. So when you go on the internet every single day, which businesses are not responsible for this, by the way, it's all voluntary, right? I don't know if they're going to be responsible for this in the future for kids, for like younger kids. This is the concern that I feel if I was still working in education, I would be concerned about. If I'm concerned about kids' welfare and their growth, this is the conversation I would have, which is what the US government kind of is talking about right now, and then other governments already put in motions for. What is it like? And I can say that it happened in my life already, but not using the internet. It's using culture. So what happens when you grow up thinking, what do you have to do to be comfortable, maybe successful, or happy, at least, like moderately happy, when you have something that you use every single day that reminds you that everyone else is doing better than you? That's what the system is supposed to try to do. The algorithm is telling you either the worst case scenarios or the best case scenarios, and everyone, it almost seems like the world is doing that. No matter how minor it is, they will collect all that information for you. So when you say, how to get better at drawing, how to get better at drawing a family cartoon, then you see the algorithm will provide you with this is the best way to do things, and you feel like everyone else got it figured out except you. And then your first thought might be, which I'm not saying you, Danny, but I think the vast majority of individuals do not have an environment enough to realize that they're giving you all the success stories, right? This is all the information you can use to build your identity. Like, you are not one to be compared to them because you are not there yet. There are huge gaps between your condition and your environment before the examples you are given. You are you are trying to take their inspiration and their skills. And that's what I did for the first 18 years of my life. And then one day I slowly became someone who had something to give. And that's what I mean when you say you hope that you can make your cartoon, right? You hope to make something and then you can give back to your family. That, in my opinion, when someone says that and they're in their 20s, I am more likely to believe that they're, in my opinion, right, from my anecdotal story, you are likely to reach that goal. Someone who says they're not good enough, so therefore that's an excuse to not concern themselves with anyone else down the line, that is a different story. Because if they don't care enough to want to do something that involves other people, and they're relying on resources that only they themselves can provide the information, where is the solution going to come from? There is a place, but it's a very terrible place to bank your luck on. It's really just luck. Luck is what you have left. And I'm incredibly biased. And one of the aspects of why I'm incredibly biased against luck is because of the story that documentary tells. And that is the that is easily one of the greatest differences between when I know I'm talking to someone who's lightly multicultural or like closer, like second gen, versus someone who's well established. Not bad, not good, right? Different. And being able to understand that also means you can strive to be more like something or less like something. And it took me well over 10 years to even do that. Like, my parents to this day do not understand what investment is in the United States. So I do it. Right? That's so my parents don't care about it either. Like, they're like, okay, can you do this? Like, do this? And I'm like, yes, I can. That's because I'm the next generation. I should be able to do this. If my parents don't want to do it, the reason why they gave me a different life and able to give me opportunities is because I have the privilege and also the possibility of giving back. So whenever my parents ask for like, oh, can you check, like, is this a scam? Like, does this really work? Like, just do what you have to do. Go and find out if this is a good thing. And if it is, just go buy it. And then, and then I'll just wait. And that's what I do each day. So whenever my father like looked at an infomercial or like a home shopping channel, and he's like, oh yeah, this will get me to want to fix the roof. I swear, that's what my father does. Like, whenever he asks me to get something, he's like, oh yeah, this is cheap. Oh, I can do this and this with it. I'm like, okay. And then he would give it to me. And what's implied is that I will look, see what the great deals are, see where we can cut money, like cut spending, and then where can I get the best value, and I just tell them the value and see if they like it and tell them the context. And that's what YouTube does really, really well, which is great when you're already a hard worker. You know how to save money, you know what you want, what you're looking for. So whenever I summarize things like, oh, okay, well, there's this thing, it does these features, and then and there's this thing, it does these features, but there's like a 10% difference in pricing here, and then these are the things to upkeep it for the next couple years. And my father can say yes and no to those things, despite it being reductive and summarizing, because he has over 50 plus years of hard experience on knowing what he needs to do, right? It's very different when you are 16, 18 years old, 22, and the first thing you do is you have someone bombard you on, do this, trust me, bro. It's very tough. So usually the counterbalance is you have family around. You have adults, people you trust, people that you're born into to help or something like that, to give alternative means. But that's not true. That doesn't hold up when you hear stories like the thing presented in that documentary. So, like, how do you do something if there's no example of it? Thankfully, the internet can do that too. Probably not in the greatest way right now anymore. It used to be interesting. Like, for example, when you go to the university and you have speakers, right? Speakers come, like many different speakers. You're exposed to things that you may or may not care about. The thing is, you're being exposed to things you may or may not care about. You are given points of discovery and points of consistency. Right now, the algorithm does not do that. AI does not do that. Most of those things, what they do are, they're not neutral. Most of the stuff are not neutral. You, the person, are nearly 99% responsible for all of your echo chambers because it's all catered to you. Everything is targeted to you. It's slowly not becoming the case anymore. And here's the really fun part about it's not being the case anymore. If you're someone who wants to be discovered, slowly it's going to become it's going to normalize in a situation that discovery will actually be increasing, because now we're kind of in my opinion, we're kind of in a situation where discovery is using to balance from bias and polarizing behavior, which I'm not envious, but this is what the big business and big companies are going to have to contend with for the next forever, where they have to decide if they pay the bill or pay the fees for unintentionally being negligent and possibly turning a blind eye to how their platforms are no longer platforms. They are biased social media machines. They are presenting you with a bias bent no matter what they're doing, because all the automation is creating the bias inherently. Now, you could say legally, it's not their fault. They're optimizing for your satisfaction. You are the reason. You are the problem. Like, you created your own problem, right? Like, if you really like dogs, it's not their fault that the algorithm is only going to give you dogs. And then in the future, you can never like anything else, so you're going to have a lot of dogs. Does that impact your health or anything? Well, what if you're allergic to a dog? I'm using a very kind and trivial thing, but you can replace it with something serious, like caffeine addiction, alcohol abuse, treating other people like garbage, or always thinking you're right. There are various ways that this occurs, and how is this relevant to all the things in the beginning of the documentary? Your environment is incredibly important, and it shapes someone's life in so solidly, because one thing you have to understand about the human condition is the more accustomed you get used to it, regardless of how complicated, hard, easy at first it is, it becomes comforting. So yesterday we were talking about the things that I believe is how I also got out of the immigration thing, the second gen thing. Like, how do you get better or become more, someone used this word recently, enlightened. They thought they were enlightened at age of 22, right? How you become more enlightened? It's not through the idea of having a consistent idea of things. Is being consistent while taking in more ideas. The latter thing is missing when someone speaks. When you say you are enlightened, the first thing that comes out of your mouth that says, the world is only this, the world is only filled with this is the only possible way, That is, in my opinion, someone who believes or have convinced themselves that they are enlightened and they have a rich and experienced life, only to think to talk like the world is small and predictable. It is not. Not like that. Not in that way. Enlightened people will often feel like they are hyper concerned with all the other things. Imposter syndrome is so big. Like, to this day, I sit here and when someone asks me, oh, you must have done a lot, you must know a lot about science, and my first thing that comes out of my mouth is, it's been 7 years since I worked in the scientific field. I'm practically someone you read stuff from textbooks that no longer exist, or like they're not even part of your curriculum, right? That's kind of what it's like to live a life where you're constantly in competition, right? And you might, and I like to think that eventually I grow out of it, but no, like, but who am I competing with now? Like, what am I competing with? And it's not to belittle, like, this can sound a little bit belittling to younger people or inexperienced people or people who have different experiences, but I'm not competing with you, right? That is something that someone has to understand first in order to understand the perspective, in my opinion, about someone who grew up in a life where you spend most of your life competing with yourself, and then when you finally feel like you're in the same race as someone else, you still end up competing with yourself. It's the thing that you're so used to. So when I was in those interviews for grad school, I was still worried about, how do I catch up? Like, oh yeah, this person mentioned this. Maybe I should do something like that. All right, so we're gonna take a little bit from this. Hear me out. Like, there were a couple of times where the interview happened with 2 people in the room, right? Like my quote unquote competition and myself. I spent most of my life understanding my competition. I didn't spend, like, it wasn't like, oh, I'm the best, so I don't have to worry about my competition. Like, I've always been the top. I've always been told I'm at the top. No, every single day I study my competition. The thing is, the difference is, my competition never asks about me. Like, that's a really different perspective. If you're always looking up, but not a lot of people are above you, you don't have to study. You don't have to practice what you have to aim for. I know lots of times I try to tell, like, it's not to compare on the internet, right? Like, how you do that comparison and whatnot is because the internet is a different environment. You don't see a lot of things. There's no pre-selection for the internet's content. Like, you can't see any of that. Me growing up, the people that are next to me, the people that are sharing my seat with me, they are closer to me than anyone on the internet. So in that way, I learned to compartmentalize the things that make me comparable and the things that don't make me comparable. And one of the things is talent. If you're constantly using talent as your excuse for not doing something, well, you can't control that. So if you can't control it, even if you know if it's comparable, if it is at all, or your background, if it's at all comparable, you can't use, it's very difficult to use that information. So most of the time when I was in school, like, I basically notice things and I try to adopt them. And slowly but surely, eventually, we start adopting all of the things. You practice that for most of your life, and eventually the first thing you do is If you put me in a room with someone and they are teaching me something, give me a month and I can probably mirror them, but in my own way. I can take the qualities that I want from them and then change them into something that complements my subset of skills. That is what, in my opinion, children of immigrants will likely do if they are self-made and they also got lucky. Because when you get lucky, it gives you all the many things that you can absorb and integrate into yourself. Now, I'm not suggesting that people who aren't don't do that. It's unlikely, it's a lot less likely because they are doing other things that make them better or like different, right? They focus on other things. When you have privilege, you're looking to see how you can pave the road immediately. You're not looking at others. So, to me, there's the pros and cons between, I feel like Jose's story, right, Danny, and your story and my story are where we split. I spent a lot of time trying to fit in, and I feel like Jose, Danny, you are more focused on spending a lot of time getting out. As in, you're trying to break out of what you're used to because you're trying to have an opportunity that you can't see or like haven't seen or your mother wasn't given. So that is the thing that I would say maybe I'm a little bit appealing because that's what I did later in life or right now. This is what I'm doing now. Most of my life was to be something I'm not. And not yet. Be something I'm not yet. Because I actually had a little bit better opportunities. My environment gave me a lot of examples, right? Your environment didn't give you a lot of examples. You were surrounded by inopportunity, violence, temptation, work, sweat, like hunger, like those things. So now what you're doing, in my opinion, would be great is to find that environment. Your brother is going to UC Berkeley. He's gonna be surrounded with different other ways to understand that. And then you have your brother. So your brother can pass that information to you. And for myself, I actually spent the beginning of my life, the moment my parents gave me the environment, the rest was history. I basically copycat as fast as possible. The faster I can copy someone, the faster I can imitate someone, and then turn it into my own, was the quicker I catch up. So through my first like half of my life, I had so many good examples. The moment I left the environment that I was in, everything was soaked like a sponge. Kind of like what Oscar says, like most teachers says. When you see a kid, especially younger, passionate kid, and I mean like not necessarily just young, but mentally young. If you're still mentally young, put that person in an environment, in a stimulating environment, not a homogenous environment, like an environment that only gives one thing, which is an internet echo chamber. Put them in an enriching environment and watch magic happen. If they're already in the state that the internet has put you in my opinion, unintentionally, no one like literally is putting you, the algorithm is, you put that kid in an environment and they will only do the same thing. That is what that tears my heart. Like, it is incredibly disappointing. And it's very similar to the immigrant story. When a child grows up and they are only stuck in a single environment, who is to say that it was because a large contributor of their failure is because of the environment? Like, nurture goes somewhere. So does nature. It's both. And sometimes overwhelming odds of the environment sets people up for failure despite being incredibly talented. And that, I think that was easily the main message of the documentary, which is to say that you can see talent from a lens of someone who made it, Oscar, and but the reality is, despite this nature of talent, they may never recognize it because the environment doesn't permit it, right? Or vice versa. You can be, super stimulated and don't form any form of consistency because of the environment. So you can be in that way too, which the internet sometimes do, but in a really weird way. The internet is incredibly stimulating, but it's incredibly stimulating for a very narrow thing. So if you're looking for a solution to a problem, like you yourself, things that are outside of the something that includes the human perspective, the internet doesn't do that. It's the system is not human. It requires a human input, like your parents, your brother, your siblings who might have a different lifestyle, but close enough to you that you can make the connections yourself. And now it brings us to the present day, and I'm looking forward to seeing the follow-up. I saw the interview, one of the interviews where your brother was answering questions about one of the first questions was, what does it feel like to see you in the film? So I'm suggesting, I'm like, that's probably suggesting to me that the film was already in pre-production or post-production, or it's already being in production. So either it's probably in post-production at this point, because it's a great time to show a documentary like that, especially in California or from California. It's a great time to show something like that. And of course, I didn't spend time spreading, in my opinion, I didn't say who is the bad people. I rarely ever focus on who the bad people is, who's doing worse. It's not a competition to the bottom, it's a competition to the top. So I understand in the future someone's gonna say, but it's because there's oppressors and suppressors, and so I understand. The idea here for me is, let's focus on how we can all get better at the things we're doing. I think there are plenty of other people online, especially online, and content creators can use that controversy to create clout and awareness. I wanted to just say it was a pleasure seeing your family story or parts of your family story in a documentary. I don't think I've ever met someone that you're a source of first for everything. I don't think I've ever known someone or talk about someone or interact with someone who was actually in a documentary. So that's really interesting. Also, you're kind of a goofball in it. The one thing you said in it was really funny. It was when Oscar came out to pick you up in his car, I think, and then your little brother, Jose, and you came out, and then I forgot what you said, but it was so Gen Z. You said a Gen Z thing. Oh, I think you went, yeah. Sorry, I just found that really adorable. The reason is, why I found it adorable is you guys had moments of happiness despite the stuff, and that's how you win. That's how you overcome those things. So you try to find and enjoy. Hopefully you are able to enjoy some bits of happiness given all the situations. That's what I keep telling myself when I was younger. I was bullied most of my life, but not bullied for the same reasons. So whenever I watch shows like Recess, Doug, Rugrats, most of the family shows have some semblance of bullying, like Diary of a Wimpy Kid, all those for being different, right? And But they're different for other reasons. For me, the thing I tell myself is, well, I'm different now. Hopefully that difference makes a difference in the future. That's what I said, to myself. All I thought about was, how do I make myself less different? But I know I'm different. How do I work on that and catch up? When I catch up, the difference will make the difference because everything else is the same. That's what I told myself each and every day. Like, okay, this kid has really good grades. How do I get that amount of good grades and then better than that kid? That's what I constantly thought about. Like, there's a gap between me and them, but it's not a gap that's unattainable. It's a gap that I can imitate. And when I can imitate that, the difference that makes me different will become different in the future. When everything else the same, the difference is special. When you're different and you're just simply different, it's very hard to compare. So online, this has changed dramatically. When someone says, oh, you're a content creator that only has an average of 1 viewer, and then this content creator has an average of 1,000 viewers, that makes that content creator better than you and have something more to offer than you. That's the life that I lived in. Now I don't have to do that because it's not that important to me, right? Back then, the idea was, and much like most younger people, if I have 0 subscribers and that person has 1,000, I'm gonna find out immediately how to get that 1,000. Work towards that 1,000, and the moment I work towards that 1,000, then my differences will become apparent because I've met the standard. What is lost, in my opinion, in younger people nowadays when it comes to comparison is a combination of contrasts and comparison. In fact, most of the time when I say comparison, it's about comparing similar things and taking account of contrasting things. So when you compare something, like for example, A has something and B doesn't have something, that's not a comparison. That's a null situation. When you're talking about scientific methods, scientific testing, evidence, this is not a form of comparison. Not form of comparison. But you know what I hear most days from younger people? They use this as a form of comparison. So when someone says, I'm not creative, and that person's creative, so I'm not going to draw anything. That is you thinking you don't have something, and they have something, right? You're not comparing anything. You're contrasting the things. So that is easy to understand, and that's what the internet makes easy to understand. 0 and 1s. But I tend to change the name of the game. I'm asking you, how creative are you? So now we're talking about, if the person you're thinking about is really creative, give it a number. 7. Let's say 7 out of 10. Are you a 4 out of 10? Because that still tells me you think you're creative, but you're either different in creativity or comparable in creativity. The reason why you want to do this is because then you'll start thinking about similarities and differences. That has an outcome. The internet rarely ever tells you about the other part. It only tells you about the outcome. So, like, subscribe to my energy drink, and in a month's time, you'll like put out 40% more productivity. Compared to what? What are you comparing it to? People don't even think about that. Like, in my opinion, younger kids don't even think about that anymore. Like, compared to what? I mean, 40% sounds like a big number unless compared to 0. Anything is a big number and an impressive result if it's compared to 0. And that's what the comparison they make. What's an easy way to sell a product? And to me, it's 2 parts. Businesses can sell a product really easily because the customer is easily manipulated. And not in the sense of bad or good or malicious intent, is that businesses optimize for efficiency. So if their clientele does not have critical thinking skills and it's hard to please, then businesses don't have to do more work. It is business. You optimize, you do less work. Your brain is lazy. You want to do less work for more reward. That's human and human, right? So if you want to advertise your product, you do A and B, and you'll have all the features that you have in your product and maybe one feature that isn't in the product. But you never show, you try not to, you bury it all the way down here if it's a feature that you don't have, and the other product doesn't. So it can look like this. This is not, in my opinion, a comparison. This is contrast. You are not comparing something that 2 things are comparable because it's absent. The other thing does not have any measurable amount of that thing. That's, in my opinion, the quote-unquote easiest way to sell something. And I don't mean by selling for profit. I mean like convincing yourself to do something, right? Like the easiest way to say that you're not going to draw anything is to say you're not creative. Well, you are creative. You just came up with an excuse for yourself. But it's an oxymoron. All the excuses you come up with, that's pretty creative to create them. In my opinion. Like, don't sell yourself short, right? The things you do each and every day to cope, or like doing sorting this information, you're probably creative enough, in my opinion. Unless you really, and there's another whole area of things that make me really upset and bleeding. And if you don't have, you hit the genetic bad luck and you have like a developmental mental disorder, that type of thing. Besides that, oftentimes the people who are making the excuse have dedicated even more effort to making the excuse than even being creative about the things that I'm asking them to do, right? And I don't think this is on purpose. Competition, I'm gonna sound like a capitalist here, but not in the sense of business. Sort of. When the consumer, since it's about the consumer taking all liability, when the consumer is harder to please and they are more critical thinking, oftentimes it also challenges the business models, the people, to reevaluate how they do this. Right now, that's not the point. That's not the case. It is very low effort, and the whole idea is this will continue to be as low effort as possible until I feel education, like one of the prongs of human critical thinking and stuff, is if education presents itself. So lots of times, yes, you can hear the vocal minority talk about predatorial practices, right? And the whole idea of predatorial, the word predatorial, is to take advantage of ignorance And ignorance is often a negative word, so I'm going to replace it with the word innocence. And where is that unintentional ignorance or innocence happen? Inexperienced people. Inexperienced, kept in an echo chamber people. So is this intentional? I don't want to talk about that. That's kind of tough to determine because no one's going to openly disclose that. But what I can tell you is it can be explained with optimization. When someone is optimizing, especially a business or even you as a human being, less resistance is most efficient. So whoever is intentionally doing this or unintentionally doing this is a state of mind that we're thinking of now. And that is, and I'm going to wrap it all the way back to the immigration question. It's easier, in my opinion, this is going to be a little bit hot takey, but objectively, I think this is agreeable. It's easier to think of it as not citizen and citizen, right? That's the easiest way to do things. So you're either not or you are. And then you're either successful or not successful. It's easy to do that. For me, I hope that humanity, right, the human condition, rises above that and say, well, it's easy, but let's put in some effort and tackle the hard questions. It might have to start with the internet, really, because right now, where are most of this communicated in? Like, what is the major medium that the most information is produced? It's on the internet. And it's okay to think about this and talk about this in a way, because remember that right now, one of the most active debates across the world is how internet is presenting information. And we have obviously people who have control over that. There are very specific organizations that control maybe a very large, over 50% of how information is being presented. And I've been following that. So maybe I'll talk about those things in the future. But today we really do have to get to drawing. Thank you again, Danny, for sharing. I really love watching documentaries like that. Largely because I'm biased. It's part of my life. So there's nothing impartial about it. I'm not being neutral on this. I can't remove my like personal history. So hopefully it leads to better things, like a win-win. I'm greedy. I'm always hoping for a win-win. We're not talking about who the villains are, who the victims are, or the aggressor. I constantly hope for a win-win. Like, if someone can win and the people who don't want to sacrifice can win, fine. That's still fine. Like, all the time is win-win. If there are individuals out there who are willing to sacrifice and give, that's a lose-win, but I'll also take those over win-lose, which is to win, you put someone else down. You win at the expense of someone else. If the loss is freely given as a sacrifice, absolutely. And if it's a win-win because the loss that was given as a sacrifice produced even more for the person who sacrificed, That's a win-win. Everything below, I'm sure there's like, I'm sure on the internet, that's one of the major things on the internet. The major things on the internet is make an enemy. There's an enemy and there's a victim, or more like aggressor and a victim, right? There's a profiter and a sucker, right? And you can probably feel free, go on the internet. This is the dialogue that gets views and stuff. No one want to hear, like, for me, what would I've been called this a couple of times, right? Like, I'm too soft and too idealistic, right? Idealistically soft. That's fine. Like, I'm okay with this. I actually concede. I do sound idealistically soft. I'm a very positive person when I'm being hopeful for humanity as a whole. The stories I talk about tend to be this, though, because I'm not detached from reality. I have idealistic views of a brighter future, but I'm not detached from the realities. When I was watching that documentary, I know well for a fact that that story that they're paving represents not the common occurrence. With every singular Jose, there is like 9 not. You might never hear about them because they might not even be around anymore, right? And Asian Americans are very similar, but they are far less of a population. You have a small question before you go to bed. You see on IMDb that east of Salinas is 1 hour and 12 minutes, but the video you found is only 56 minutes. Do you know that that is the correct one? Because they're like, it's a PBS thing, so there are things in between. That's what I think. Like there are probably like breaks and like stuff in between that were probably cut out, or like the so I'm not sure if Danny can confirm that, but when I was looking at the entire, like when I watched the entire 56 things, it was beginning to end. The program was completely, the 56-minute one was the one that went from beginning to end. But I think what was cut out is because it's PBS. Oh, you do have 1 hour and 12 minutes on DVD? I wonder where the amount came from. Oh, commercials. Yeah, so it's a PBS recording. So I'm not sure if you're familiar with the American broadcasting system anymore, because we view things online, but it's a public broadcasting channel, so it was a TV program and the sponsors that make it possible. Yeah, so that's the American television station, and all of it is free. The most of the stuff is free, and it's funded by those commercials. So a lot of times when things are loaded onto a DVD, it might actually even include those commercials. And online, there's a chance whoever posted that, they cut those parts out. Despite that. But you'll see in the beginning where like PBS will say like, it's sponsored by the generous donation or contributions from viewers like you. So it's kind of like BBC or the British system has one too. Unfortunately, I don't know around the world, like if people have public broadcasting stations and how they're funded, but that is the American one, the PBS. So that's why I think it's a little bit shorter, but it's a great thing. Like I hope you find something interesting about it. I look forward to, I think beyond there's gonna be a sequel, like a what you call a follow-up, and I am excited to see Danny's brother Jose be like a new man, because you only really see him as a little potato and Danny was a potato too. I'm calling you a potato because you guys look at potatoes. No, don't have in your country. Oh, I see. I see. Fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah, that's how they fund. It's kind of like how Twitch works and YouTube works. The ads are their only source of releasing these things. It's often these things are put out for non-profit. They're often in a non-profit like directly way. So you got to find some way to support the PBS. That's why you can really watch them anywhere. You don't have to like pay a subscription and stuff a lot of times. Although it gets a little messy, United States. Anyways, yeah, I can't wait. And then maybe one day, Danny, we get to hear your story. Yeah, now you've been focusing on your cartoon flowers. You said you started in 2018, so that was not that long after the publication of the documentary. Yeah, you see now, but you'll go to bed. Good night. Good night, Raul. 2019? Oh, you started in 2019? Gotta get it done, Danny. And one day you can share your side of the story. You know? There's obviously a lot of details missing, but I feel like we have plenty of time to cover those over time. So now we're gonna try to do this lesson and then get to our art prompts. Okay, so we have 5 terms. 5 terms. We have 2 T's. 1 T is T. Era. And then D as well. Skill. Way. Whoops. Or act. Also, don't feel pressured, Danny, to like constantly be like at 200%. Have you know, you gotta also keep some time to your flowers thing. You don't have to constantly listen intently. No, use your days. I do have one question. Are you still in contact with Osgood? Is he still there? I mean, I can wait till the new documentary, but I imagine he's still doing his thing and he's healthy and whatnot. I resonate a lot with how they highlighted the mentor teacher one. Oh yeah, you saw him a bit ago, plus he will be on the event as well. Oh cool. Yeah, I have a really big soft spot for people in those positions. I think if I had a slight regret, like, or not really regret, but a slight future thing, is I kind of want to do what he does, but on an even larger scale. Possibly, you know, before I die. Before I die of old age. Yeah. And your brother is pretty much gonna go on to do just that too. So it's interesting. Looking forward to hearing the updates. I don't know if you watched this show, watched this movie before, but Fictitious. I post all in my Discord all the movies that I watch and shows. Fictitious suggested a movie to me that he was watching, and I typically watch the movies when he says he's watching it. It's called The Swimmers. And The Swimmers is a about a pair of sisters about the Syrian conflict. So how they like did their immigration trek and escape to Germany during the Syrian war or the Syrian conflict. So if you want to look at a dramatization, The Swimmers was a dramatization of a real story, a sister story about how they emigrated they immigrated to Germany because of war. And it was about the same deals, about trying to find a better life, chasing after dreams with situations that they were largely born into and trying to make the best. So these type of biopics are very, very up. And this one's a dramatization. So there are two actresses or actors and actresses that are recapturing the journey. So that's a coincidence. It's a coincidence, but also not a coincidence. I Fictitious pretty much knows that I like these stories. Like I like hearing about these stories about overcoming adversity. I'm all about overcoming adversity. Despite not having too many adversities myself personally and anymore, right? Like I think after maybe after 35 years and on, it's been like 3 years, I think adversity has been kept to a minimum. So the one thing to keep all of that alive and useful is that I basically run towards where I can see other people and hear about other people's stories, because I no longer have stories of my own about adversity. And it keeps me grounded and humble and grateful for the things I have and the things I may help other people have. That's kind of the story, right? We're in the present day. All right, so Su, vegetarian. What was Su? Oh, okay, vegetarian. And then, sure. Oh, which, by the way, I saw a bit of your room when you were recording that message. Was that today? Or was that a message you play back to yourself? That message you posted in Discord, like you about leaving yourself a message. Was that today? I saw a bit of your room. It's nice. Oh, like 2 months ago? It's nice to see that it doesn't look familiar. I know this sounds really weird. I didn't talk about this part, but when the PBS showed like your living environment, when you moved and in the house, I used to describe what my house looked like. So I totally skipped over this. When I was born, and my sister were born, we were raised in subsidized government housing. This is, I'm gonna put this in quotes because this can be derogatory at some point. They were kind of what's considered as China houses. So in the East Coast, there were these government subsidized houses, and they're super, super packed. Like really tight quarters, and you just jam lots of immigrants in there. And they're called China houses because they are the most cost-effective way, and pretty much everyone in the house are largely Chinese immigrants, right? And when I saw your house, it showed like Jose moving around in the house, the first move. I used to talk about the layout of the house that I used to live in when I grew up, because I can remember things when I was 2 or 3 kind of vividly. Here's the floor plan. So there's this box, and I remember specifically there's a tub right here. So this is where we have a tub, and right across from the tub is a sink and where we cook. The rice cooker was like right here, and then there would be like a slight table out here, and then enough space for one person to walk through, and then this would be the door. So I think there might have been some shelving here, and then when you walk through, there's a little tiny hallway here, and then the bathroom is here, which basically had a toilet because the tub is in the middle of the kitchen and the dining area and stuff. And then in this is a door to a bedroom. And this bedroom has just enough space to fit one bed. And then I remember the AC unit. There's a window unit here because I used to sit here. Or actually, I think the bed stretches out here. And I used to sit here, and I used to like have a toy car, and I used to like just run it along the windowsill and stuff. So this was what my first place, our first place before we moved out. And basically it's the room I'm in is pretty much all of the space. So like a typical room would be all of the space of like the toilet, the bathtub, the kitchen and stuff. And I remember we spent most of our time in here. And then the bed would just be the bed, right? That's where the first place I've ever lived when I was alive, you know, when I was born. And then we moved a little bit and things got bigger and bigger. But when I saw that place you had when you were running, it really did remind me of these days. But as I mentioned, my parents worked for already a couple years in the United States with the help of extended family, and so this didn't last very long. Most of the time we don't spend time in here. We are babysat by a friend, right? A friend who had 3 other children. So we were always like a bundle of 5 kids while they are away. There was one time, I still remember this story. There was one time though that friend was not available. So my sister and I was left here. I think I was like 4 and she was 3. And my mother just walked out for a moment to do laundry, right? To go to the laundromat. But we made such a screaming ruckus that people called it disturbance. It wasn't anything really serious, but that's one of the earlier memories that I have in this. There was another memory. The reason I know the rice cooker is here is because I burned my entire left arm on a rice cooker before. It's one of those things like kids don't understand steam, so you like pick up the lid, right? And all the heat escaped under, and then it just like burned the entire side of my arm. Yeah. The scar is basically like that. You can't see it anymore, which is what happens for a while. But there used to be like a really, really large like circle right here of where the burn was for maybe the first like 15 or maybe like all throughout my teenage years. Yeah. Humble beginnings. Humble beginnings. Show was the last thing it would shoot. Yeah, body. Shoot. All right. Those are our 5. Let's go. I wonder why it keeps going up to 100, past 150. I need them to calm down now.
纠纷
is Entangle and fun. Disorderly. You're drawing as you hear you talk. You must grind. Yeah. No worries. That's what I mean. Yeah, you're fine. 纠纷 orderly. That's kind of weak now.
纠纷
So you're entangled and it's disorderly. And it comes out to dispute. To get involved and it's very disorderly. Yeah, that's fair enough.
愤怒
愤怒 indignant and angry
愤怒酷似
酷似 酷似 Oh, and you mentioned you're with your aunt right now. Were you the one that said you're with your aunt right now? But you're not with your mother. Sorry, I think maybe it was you. I mentioned that, are you with anyone at the moment? I don't think your aunt was ever mentioned. 酷似 let's see. Cool. Strong. Oh, similarity. Strong resemblance. Oh, you're with mom. Okay. Okay, then it must be someone else who mentioned that. Okay. It's someone else that I'm thinking of. It's not every day that within a span of a week I've met like 3 or 4. It might have been actually possibly peas and carrots. Okay.
酷似
Your mother. Now we did talk about like what Jennifer's mom would be doing, or what you would be doing, like reflecting what you would be doing perhaps, but I imagine she's not still cutting lettuce, is she? I always wondered what became of the whole situation, because it kind of seemed like that became less of a thing. Hopefully it became less of a thing, maybe in exchange for something else.
栏目
栏目 栏 fence 木 fence and I, a column? I mean, it kind of looks like a column. That's kind of funny. Oh no, wait, those look like rolls. Never mind. It doesn't look like a column. What the? Lanmu. A column is a recurring section of a newspaper. Oh, that type of column. Oh. Not a column, but a newspaper publication column. Wait. Is this what the regular column means? Okay, I need something. Newspaper. This column is... Oh no, it is also... Wait. Actually, I don't know. Like a column in rows? Huh. Ooh. Fence. I. It's a recurring section of a newspaper or publication that has a fence, a white space around it so that it can attract your eye. You know, I haven't ever thought about it that way. column. 栏
栏目，宠爱，
宠爱 oh yeah 宠爱 hamper and love to dot on or to dote on. I forgot what, I'm pretty sure it's pronounced dot. To dot on, maybe like I feel like to fawn maybe even spoil a little bit. Yeah. Maybe less fun, but more spoil. In a different way. 宠爱
宠爱，纠纷，
纠纷
栏目，
栏目takes me a while.
愤怒，
愤怒That takes me a while too. Ooh. Ah! Wrong tone.
宠爱，
Does declaration always have that drop? Huh.
酷似，
Or is that supposed to be a drop in its line? Okay. 截止截止 sever end or sever stop to end. Pretty good. Pretty good.
截止，
Ooh. The synthesized voice had a problem with that one.
火箭，
火箭 Fire arrow, a rocket. 火箭
火箭，纠正，
纠正纠正 entangle correct. I guess you get something entangled and you correct it. To redress. That's interesting. Redress.
纠正，宠物，
宠物 pampered thing, a pet. Yes.
宠物，冷酷无情，
冷酷无情 cold 冷酷 cold strong no feelings. Cold strong no feelings, cold-hearted. That most definitely describes cold-heartedness. 冷酷无情
冷酷无情，
Okay.
截止，
Ugh, what a struggle.
纠正，
纠正，纠正，
冷酷无情，
That sounds so poetic. To describe someone, it sounds like from the outside, someone who doesn't know Chinese, from the outside, it sounds so poetic. 冷酷无情，我是一个冷酷无情的人。Said I'm a cold-hearted person. I say that very often actually. This is probably where I inherited some of the pragmatism. Whenever someone tries to give me a flattery, like they try to flatter me and then disagree with me, like, oh, you're a good guy, but I don't agree with you. I'm like, I didn't say you have to agree with me. And also, please don't get the wrong idea, but I don't consider myself a good person. I try to be a good person. And a lot of times, being a good person and a nice person is not it's not appropriate. Sometimes I'm cold-hearted. When you're trying to be objective, you're cold-hearted. So the idea is, yes, being idolized or like having an idealistic projection of someone, I try to be a realistic person. I'm good now, maybe even desirable because I'm saying things you want to hear, but know that a person is more than simply good, bad, cold-hearted, warm-hearted, a saint, an aggressor, right? Competitive. You're all those things when appropriate. When someone uses it as a flattery in order to deliver bad news, I think I tend to be a lot cold-hearted in response. When someone says like, oh yeah, you're awesome, but you kind of suck at this. I'm like, okay, well, I never said I was awesome. You wanted an idealistic perception of me being awesome, or you think I'm trying to tell you that I'm awesome. It was not my intent. I usually am very cold-hearted when I reflect that. It's like, I never said I was awesome. I don't go off and paint myself as a saint, right? Although that's probably going to be a cultural difference, because in my opinion, growing up around Chinese parents and maybe even very infatuated with the Japanese culture, you typically downplay compliments with realism, or maybe even a slight sprinkle of imposter syndrome. Like when you know, one of the customary things in Japanese is when someone says, oh, you're doing really good, mada mada desu, right? No, not yet. Just not yet. I can do better. Give me time. I can do better. Growing up, to, you know, get an A, my parents like, do better than an A. I understand. I'll try. I'll continue to try to do better, right? And that's probably the most acceptable or normalized type of compliment. When someone says, oh yeah, this is good work, have you considered doing this? Yes, let's do that. Let's try. That the thing I would probably focus on immediately is how that person is investing in my future self. Compliments feel good though. I do agree with that. That does not. I fair warning, right? When someone compliments me, I will probably reject it. But I will accept constructive criticism after that. Like, I honestly, I prefer constructive criticism, probably like inherently by nature. I accept constructive criticism over a compliment. However, nowadays, I don't think the internet normalizes and equips people for providing constructive criticism. They usually provide criticism. like how they feel. Like when someone comes up to you and say, "This is overwhelming." Like, okay. What if it was intended to be overwhelming? I don't know what you want me to do about that. You didn't say anything constructive. Yep. Yep. What? Oh, I added a G.
宠物
宠物
火箭
火箭 Ah! It's not a missile, it's a rocket. Oh gosh. Oh no. The missiles and rockets. Oh no. Maybe I'll give myself some leeway and not have to distinguish between missiles and
气
rockets.
愤
气愤 indignant, air of indignancy. Okay. 气愤
气愤
气愤 indignant
截然不同
截然不同截 sever 然 so not the same. Severed but not the same, so like distinguishable and not same, completely different, or completely separately not the same. Completely different. 截然不同
截然不同
completely
驻华
驻华驻 stationed. Oh, China. Okay, station China. 驻华
驻华
Hua is historically quite weak. 驻华
圆
原 reason interesting. All right. Yugi is inside the pawn shop where he I'm missing something, where he is trying to wrap a broken silk buckle. Sure. Broken silk buckle around a pig. Okay. The reason? Because the pig ate all of the priceless Yu-Gi-Oh cards they had in the display kit. Okay. Yu-Gi-Oh hosts by wrapping an ugly silk buckle around it, the pig will begin to use reason before indiscriminately eating things. That's kind of cute. I like it. Keep it. It throws in the Yu-Gi-Oh cards. So let's see. 血缘 Oh, interesting. Blood ties. Blood reason. Blood ties. Without cause or reason. Oh. Wu Yan. Wu Yan Wu Gu. Wu Yan Wu Gu. Without cause or reason. How does Gu factor in? Oh, that's the other reason. Do I have Gu yet? I do. Oh, it's deliberately is what they went with. Recently we got this Ko. Right. Ko. Okay. Yuan.
圆宗
Zong religion. Okay. Zelda is in front of the temple where she is trying to start her own religion. Okay. She stands on top of an altar that she has placed in the middle of the rock garden. Fair enough. And is surrounded by monks who are all worship her by piling doll houses. Alright. Doll houses on the rock next to the altar, each with a Triforce engraved in. Oh wait, this is Zelda, not Xena. I was thinking of Xena. Oh. Each with a Triforce engraved in it. It is the Zelda dollhouse religion, or some call it. Dollhouse is... I still haven't really decided what type of dollhouse pivot we're... It had right now I'm pivoting for dollhouse to be like some extravagant container. An extravagant container at the moment, as opposed to using a doll. You posted on the WIP I'm doing now on Discord. Oh, more concepts in. Oh, aw, your work in progress, huh? Yeah, yeah. Those are some... Okay, okay. I'm gonna say this as a joke, but those are some flat pillows. Oh, Jennifer. Oh, I'm very curious. I'm very curious what her room is gonna be like. I mean, it kind of suits her personality, sleeping on super flat pillows, as opposed to like really fluffy floral pillows. Like it'll be really interesting to see what you end up doing with her room, like to reflect her personality. Like, are there gonna be pink floral pillowcases, or like dolls? We never had the best pillow growing up. Yeah, for the in case you're wondering, for me, I've had the same pillow when I went to college, right? I had the same pillow for like 20 years. Then I recently replaced it for the next 10 years, and I sleep on the floor on a memory foam. So it's kind of like a futon, but I just sleep on those like tri-fold flat things. So I actually sleep near on the floor. And I've often always slept in the living room on a couch or something. So whenever I had a room, I basically just didn't sleep in the room because I was so accustomed to sleeping in the middle of the living area. And nowadays I would buy like a sleeping bag or a thing that's just my height, like just my height and width, and I would just sleep on. So I went on Amazon, I looked for a tri-folding like pad, like a memory foam pad, like things where you will like jump on and stuff, and I sleep on. I put sheets over it. You just flap a sheet over it, then you clean the sheets, and then what you do. Yeah, I typically sleep pretty flat. Yeah, not the best pillows growing up, but now I have just memory foam stuff. I do enjoy the flat pillow though. I do quite enjoy a flat pillow. I don't know if you are familiar with Chinese pillows, but Chinese pillows are legitimately like what do you call those things? They're not cylinders, but like the square ones, but rectangular. I don't know what they're called, but they're basically like a straight edge cylinder, and that used to be always really comical to me. That's what Chinese people that I imagine stereotypically sleep on. My parents use pillows though. Now they use pillows because Americanized lifestyle. Here's one thing that is a really interesting essay that someone did. I grew up during the millennial period of the United States, and the millennials have this really memeable situation during the times of changing of room decor, like how the room is. And there's this thing called millennial gray, and where there was a period of minimalism, so everyone like made everything really flat colored and flat everything. Like everything is like one tone of a color. Usually it was gray, right? And nowadays, as I'm getting older, there's a shift now. Now it's about color and stuff. So, when I think of concept arts that feature rooms and stuff, it's very interesting to see how animators express their character's environment through also the context of their personal space. And rooms are a great example of that. And also your work area is really nice. Nice work area. It says a lot about you. Oh, I do like the double tiering that you're doing. Interesting. That's a monster of a desk. In a good way. Nice area of work area. Is that work area question mark? I mean, that's a work area, right? Where is straw? Yeah. For the record, I keep pointing, like my hand keeps doing this gesture whenever I say my bed. It's because my bed is right behind me. So, like my work area is right next to my bed is on the ground level right next to me. It takes like 2 steps. Now, there is something to be said about separating your work area from your resting area and all that, right? It works really well for people who have problems compartmentalizing the space, or like a bit of compartmentalization if you require it. But I do stand by what I say, where I typically integrate both of those. So this might sound very avant-garde by other individuals who believe that productivity and healthy circumstances cannot be mentally thing. So if you're one of them, separating having a work area versus a place where you chill and vibe is very effective. That's kind of like creating multiple environments in a small space. For me, when I lie down, I'm doing something else, which is right behind me. Chung. All right, so I'm okay with this, right? Yeah, I'm okay with it.
宗
The Triforce religion of dollhouses. What? What did I write incorrectly there?
截然不同，
虽然不
圆
圆. Okay. Get the visual in my head. I must have had a typo the first time. Maybe secondhand guess.
驻华
Ooh,
气氛
it was a typo. Yep. Okay. Or indignant, yeah. And then
宗
All right. 5 more characters. Sai is stuff into. Huh. I wonder if this paired up with. What is the other stuff? Cha? Cha da. Cha sai? Or sa chai? that doesn't roll off the tongue, so I doubt it. The cha is insert. So if you're like stuffing something into something, it can be combined with inserting something. SpongeBob is in front of the high school doing a trick for the high school kids before they begin school. Around him is a wired mesh. Okay, go on. And on top of a mound of soil is a small, oh boy, dollhouse. He uses compresses his spongy self in order to stuff inside the dollhouse, which is nearly half his normal size. The students cheer and throw fins over the wired mesh as a token of gratitude and praise. SpongeBob is unsure how to get out, and now he has been stuffed inside the small. I mean, that's kind of cute. Yeah, SpongeBob is S. Most of the figures kind of just range, and SpongeBob is one. Patrick Star is P. The idea is to substitute a mnemonic that a person mnemonic that is recognizable or has some sort of characteristic that attached to. And this one's pretty good. It does sound like something SpongeBob would do. SpongeBob would get stuck in a dollhouse abusing kids. The fin thing might get lost. That's okay. Traffic jam. Oh. Oh. Saicha. Oh yeah, Sicha. Sicha. Sicha is Saicha. Interesting. Ping Sai. Bottle stuff into a bottle stopper. Oh, okay. That's interesting to stuff in a bottle. Okay, a bottle stopper.
Say.
Okay.
Yo.
Yo. Oh, a different yo. And it's yo just without the Slender Man. To worry. I had a kanji. Kanji that was. What is that recent? It's actually a recent one. Naya? Not quite the same. No. Okay. Let's see. Yoshi is in front of the bakery, worried. In front of him on the ground is a dismembered foreman. Yeah, covered in flour. Yoshi's worried that the dismembered foreman will never be able to enjoy a croissant again. As he sits on his spotted egg and snacks on a croissant, looking at the dismembered foreman that has a worried face. The dismembered foreman was once worried, but now he is dead. Wow. Okay. I think we can just make it into a little bit. This member, like Yoshi is in front of the bakery, worried because he rushed to the scene because he thought the dismembered foreman might be Mario, but it's not, and covered in flour. So his worry went away, and then he went into the shop, grabbed some croissant, and then just stared because it's Yoshi. Carefree. Yeah, okay. 无忧无虑 no worry. It means no worries for I was gonna start doing Akuna Matata. 无忧无虑 no worries, no rules. I mean, this might as well be Akuna Matata. It means no worries for the rest of your days. It's our problem-free philosophy. Will I stream long again? You're gonna go get groceries? All right, take care, take care. Nah, I'll probably still be going. I need to do 2 art prompts today, so it's gonna be another like 6 hours. I'll see ya. I'll see ya again. Probably. Good luck. Stay safe. Right. Have a safe trip to the grocery store. Right. Have a safe trip. Okay. Danyo. Danyo. What the done? Which done is that? Do I have that done? Oh no, I forgot about Don to carry on the shoulder. Don't worry, that makes sense.
优
Yo.
塔
Ah, oh no, it's a pagoda. Ah, okay. Alright. You look familiar too. Anji? Hmm. Oh? No, no. Interesting. A tower. Hmm. Tarzan, please. Tarzan is a Tarzan is in the basement of the auditorium, working as a stagehand. Okay. He wears a pair of working gloves and is creating a pagoda made of soil. He sticks flowers into the soil pagoda and wraps them with his favorite vine. Honestly, that works. I like it. I like it. A pyramid. Oh. Oh, interesting. 金字塔. Interesting. Gold looking type of pagoda. A characterized pagoda. Intriguing. 灯塔. Light pagoda. Oh, yeah, you know, a lighthouse kind of look. You know, I haven't even thought of it that way. Towers. They're talking about towers. Or like buildings. All buildings.
塔
Wait, he was doing this in the basement of the auditorium. Okay. Sure.
蛋
Dan. A birth. Oh, hey, this is sun, right? Sun. I think so. Yeah, sun. Dan, interesting. So sun is starting to line up with Dan. Hmm. Dracula is in the bathroom of the pawn shop. Okay. Taking care of his pregnant pet bat. Okay. Alright. That he keeps at the pawn shop. He puts it in the sink and then stretches it out before lightly poking his stomach with a second-hand pointer. The bat then gives birth to a bunch of words which circle around the... Oh my... Ew. Well, that's one way to weave in birth. Honestly, this one's pretty chalked. I'll get birth, but I'm not sure if I'm gonna get Dracula or done in. How about this is gonna start sounding like Pinocchio though. Dracula is in the bathroom of the pawn shop. You know, taking a break, reading about how reading a secondhand magazine So with words about with words and pointers about giving birth. Pointers like stretching. Human birth. I mean, he's a vampire, I guess. Because he's a vampire. I haven't really even considered the idea of vampire and humans when it comes to procreation. Not that that's really necessary considering the fictional setting, but that's interesting. 圣诞节. Oh, right. Christmas. Wait, which sheng is that? Holy? Oh, that makes sense. Okay. Absurd. Undone. I don't actually. Do I have one? A wasteland. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, Dancheng. Oh, Danchen. Danchen kind of looks like Tanjo. Yeah, to some extent. Interesting.
但遭
So, to meet with misfortune. Ooh, is that a secret agent again? Second time secret agent. Wait, it's Jiao as well? Wait, how is this different from the other Jiao? Was it like grain? Or is it rice? It was rice. Or messed up. Or something like that. Zelda is in front of the barn having a nice walk, completely unaware that she's about to meet with misfortune. Down the dirt road comes a secret agent. Zelda has been hired to kidnap Zelda by Ganon. As they cross paths, Zelda meets with misfortune, a cruel fate, as the secret agent picks her up and begins to run back down the dirt road to bring her to a new prison. Suffered disaster. Jiao Yang. Unhappy experience. Jiao Yu. Encounter. Interesting. Okay.
遭
So what? What about encounter misfortune? I don't know how you're wording this. Meets with misfortune. Oh my gosh. Or encounter. Oh my. We're just gonna use encounter. A negative encounter, right? Oh, I could write a negative encounter. Okay. How does this work? Okay.
塞
Stuffed into.
遭 但忧 塔
What the is this again? Make like a mound of with gloves and make a mound of a pagoda. Oh my gosh, a pagoda is gonna be weak. Alright. Alright. I really need to go to the bathroom, so I'll be right back. All right. Let's try to be swift today. Swifty Swift.
哇哇大哭，
他一跌倒就哇哇大哭。
高速公路，
高速公路上车很多。
从踢足球，
他跟朋友们一起踢足球。
异口同声，
大家异口同声地称赞他的表现。
教师，
我的中文教师是北京人。
Heck.
赢，
Oh no.
树木，
不要损坏树木。
What? I guess they want woods. Heck. What?
相让，
在合作中，相让是很重要的。
Recognize each other? Mutual trust? I think I missed the word mutual.
微信，
建立微信需要时间。
Like emphasize. Like insist. Strongly insist. Oh no, prestigious. That's fine. We're gonna bypass prestigious for now. Yeah, recognize of might. That's fine. I knew that was gonna be a problem.
鼓，
Don't know what to do about it yet. Other than bootstrap. Oh boy. I'm gonna say
中，
oh no. Dung. Like clock? It's kind of like clock. Bell. Clock is fine. Yeah, it's what I think it is. Um,
记，
or border. Okay, fine. What happened here? That looks like "ce," right? Oh, is it "se"? No.
策略，
我们需要一个明确的策略来解决问题。
What? Like mutual familiarity? Familiarity to make concessions? I think compromise. Mutual compromise or mutual trust has that same things. Possession is fair. That's definitely much closer. Oh, I kept going back and forth. Hmm. What? Oh. That was a typo. Oh, to yield to each other. Yeah, that's fair. Make conditions to yield to each other. I actually went and pivoted to recognize, but yielding. Yielding's good, actually. Good point.
和
Huh. I don't... Hmm.
波动
消费者不喜欢价格波动。
Hmm.
锻造
这把剑是锻造的。
污染
我讨厌噪音污染。
量发疯
他突然发疯了。
忽然
我们忽然感到很累。
Hmm.
摘花
我们不可随便摘花。
铁轨
火车在铁轨上平稳行驶。
What? Is it just tree? That's fine. Tree is fine. Oh. Hmm.
磨
Oh, the moors are stacking up.
暗
Moors are getting a little confusing. A lot of moors.
胸部
乳房是胸部的一部分。
规则
学校有很多规则。
overlook so. Oh, they're dual over. Oh no, it's suddenly. Oh yeah, because they're not expecting. Yeah, that's fine. Overlook is Sue.
石灰、
石灰是怎么生产的？
What the stone ash? Limestone? Lime? Okay. Hmm. Huh. Oh boy. Hmm. Hmm.
紫米、
是的，紫米比较健康一点。
What's going on here? Did I not type su in the first one? Huh. Interesting. So Su turned out fine. Long also. But I typed something different the last two times. Hmm.
盒饭、
我喜欢外卖盒饭。
Oh no.
肚子、
我的肚子很饿。
死亡、
死亡是生命的一部分。
美丽、
多么美丽的景色啊！
港、剧、报复、
你的抱负是什么？
你的抱负是什么？ Embrace? What the? What? What? I don't. What is it going?
踢、
Hmm. Whoops. Oh, there's a silence. Oh yeah, yeah. There's a silence. Oh, what happened? What happened?
心、香、谢谢、
请等一会，谢谢。
窗帘，
窗帘是蓝色的。
It's a window curtain, but curtain should be fine.
歌，
Heck. Oh no. We're gonna go with
盗版，
他购买了盗版软件。
really. So, 你的报复是什么？Your something is what? Maybe like it's a bird. Oh, your ambition. Oh, to carry. Oh, that's foo on the carry on your back. It's not loss. What is loss? That I'm thinking of. That's not what I'm thinking of. I guess I'm thinking of sure. I don't think of it as carrying on the back. Might as well write this out. Oh. It's actually more like fool. Fool is lost. We're gonna about to have like dang fool some point like that. Dang fool. Okay.
份，集，
What?
"盆地，
这座城市位于一个大型盆地中。
Heck. Let's just what? I
科，
don't remember what that is. Huh. Oh, it's grain.
教授，
我们的教授非常有趣。
That's instructions and teaching, right? Maybe like training or professor. Oh, teaching. Okay. I think that's fine. I'm okay with it. It's probably grain. Yeah.
蒙，
Oh no. Oh, okay.
均衡，
运动和休息要均衡。
踩踏，
他踩踏在瓷砖地板上。
加热，
需要加热吗？
Or add heat. Heat up is fine. Or add heat. Should add heat. Um,
缓慢，
这个工程进展缓慢。
actually, the right one is a little bit unfair. No, it's what I thought it was. There's no wrapping around. This is borrow. Or what? Oh no, wait, that's plow. But this was. Really?
吐，
Oh, that's probably silenced. Oops. Oh no, wait.
小的，叹气，
别叹气了，事情会好起来的。
Name. Heck.
审议，
委员会需要时间来审议这个提案。
Not Slenderman, that would be Bing. Thought this was model. It's not that either. I really thought this was model. Dang. And I thought this was print. Like Ying, which is not. So what else could this be? Oh, maybe. Oh, it's not. Okay, we're just gonna have to type in. Oops. I need to silence.
气泡，
这杯汽水有很多气泡。
I don't think it's yeah. Okay, so we're just gonna give up on that too.
叔叔，
我的叔叔是一位工程师。
Reasonable drops. I think those are pretty reasonable.
加，
This one's a little disappointing. D. Oh, T. Oh, immediate. That's a little disappointing. I didn't get to it right away. This one's a little annoying too. King, criticize. Oh no, piece together. Oh wait. Oh, I added a G. I think that one's. I added a G earlier. It's kind of disappointing. A single caliper?
英寸
那幅画有30英寸宽，
英寸宽. I guess English inch. Is it still measure or no? They just go with Chinese inch. Great. Oh yeah, there's the other one. This is Kun.
肯
Okay. As opposed to Bei.
极
Disappointing. Right when I saw it.
病毒
一种致命的病毒。
Becoming poison virus. Nah, that's a pass. What? Okay, that's bad. That's pretty.
拼
The other must have been a typo for that one. Um.
浮云
夏天的天空总是飘着白色的浮云，
It's floating clouds, but clouds are floating. Clouds? Okay.
惨 高峰
我们在高峰休息了一下。
What is going on here? At first I thought it was model. Oh, it's probably record actually. As opposed to model. Although a model is a record.
苹果
他正在吃苹果。
N
What's another way? To say that.
铅笔
一幅铅笔画，
Oh wait, that's Mu, not Poo. That was kind of embarrassing.
朵环境
这里的环境非常宁静。
嗯，
总裁
他是公司的总裁。
公厕，
这个公厕很臭。
号，下田，
我们明天要下田帮忙。
Let's go down to the field. What? Oh, 猪，母猪 ，dang it.
诺，灭，
What's another way to say benefit? Your kindness. Okay, that's fine. That's fine.
也好，
他不但唱歌
Also
好，
good
而且跳舞也好。
as well. Also good. As well. Also is fine.
蹲下，
他蹲下来捡起笔。
粮仓，
政府建造了新的粮仓。
业，
The what? Oh no. Oh, okay. What? Hmm.
费，刊，
Or publication. Publish is fine. What the fire saw? Took a something 要很危险。哦，啊，炸药。
炸药，
这个炸药
炸药
很危险。
母猪，
母猪正在喂小猪。
发怒，
他因为这件事发怒。
无匹，
这是一件无匹的艺术品。
Heck. Hmm.
外国，
你去过外国吗？
烧
What?
我
Wow. Oh wow. What?
高龄
她是一个高龄母亲。
见 跪下
她突然跪下来祈祷。
What? Wow, I haven't seen Bang in a while.
帮助
我忘了感谢他们的帮助。
必
Heck. What? Oh, I missed it.
历届
她参加了历届的比赛。
Yeah. Experience? Oh, previous, yeah, experienced.
松鼠
这只松鼠有一条大尾巴。
Squirreled.
盛 扑面而来，
花香扑面而来。
炮
Oh, 大大。
取
Heck! Oh no, 大丹。
零拐尖
Alright, I need to stop guessing. What is this? I thought this was like, okay. I think we're just gonna pull the plug
揭
on
示
that.
这部电影揭示了社会的问题。
Oh, reveals better.
侧
I really thought it was.
大胆
Oh,
他所做的一切都很大胆。
I don't understand. Courageous, bold. Oh, okay. Guts is fine. I kind of forgot bold black. Oh, no, no, no. It's fine. That's what I think of it. This one, I think I missed the.
闯入
他半夜闯入了别人的房子， 循序渐进。我们应该循序渐进地解决问题。
要吗？
你要么去上课，要么待在家里。
寺院
寺院是个安静的地方。
免换审查
政府需要审查这份报告。
宁静
我的公寓非常宁静。
图
Oh, no, 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 wait. No, it's follow. Follow is better. Follows.
寻税收
今年税收很低。
比打勤劳
他一直都很勤劳。
Okay. Dang it. I feel like we practiced this. Yeah, we did. Still fairly weak though.
捐款
他捐款给了一个政党。
海盗
这些海盗经常攻击商船。
YOLO. Okay, that didn't work. So are you a trombone? Oh no! Oh no, you're a furball. What? Sorry, my voice kind of cracked there.
繁殖
鱼类通常在水中繁殖。
There's one extra stroke, I think. No, trombone is the other. I'm not quite sure.
折磨
这疾病折磨着他。
阴谋，
他发现了一个阴谋。
Oh boy. Boy howdy. Oh no, wait. Probably yeah.
阅览室，
我常常在阅览室读书。
系，
And I really need to use abandon, not quit. What? Oh no, Chung Shang. Chung Shang. Oh, what are you? I can my practice this too.
昌盛，
和平是国家昌盛的基础。
微波炉，
请用微波炉热牛奶。
榜样，
老师是学生的榜样。
账户，
我忘了我的账户密码。
公墓，
这个公墓非常安静。
磨合，
你磨合了新的自行车吗？
Oh no. How do I bring them together? I don't know how to phrase this. To break in. That's from yesterday. It's fine. Need time. Need time in the
算账
cooker.
妈妈每天晚上都会算账。
妈妈每天晚上都会算账。
墨水，
Okay. Oh my gosh, Diaz.
下碟，
黄金的价格最近下跌了。
西，政策，
这个政策旨在减少污染。
挖库，
他经常挖苦我的能力。
病症，
他的病症很复杂。
Okay.
哀，冲突，
他们在会议中发生了冲突。
I say sun charge. Just internal strife or something. Conflict. Okay. That's fine.
墓地，
墓地里有很多墓碑。
墓地里多墓碑。 哦，
暴跌，
公司的收入暴跌了一半。
fit grind fit grind fit
轻，帮，债主，
债主终于收回了欠款。
撤换，
球队撤换了教练。
棉花，
他的衣服是用棉花制成的。
Ooh, this one's weak. Ooh. Oh man, that hurts.
裂，鼓，
I am
那，旋，上涨，
食品价格突然上涨。
Wait. Oh no. Something's not. Oh, this is.
搭，
I don't know what the da's for. Let's see. We have flowers. I rephrased it. And yeah, like he's getting right. This is a pass. Put up. Still don't know putting up. I'm not so sure about putting up. This is already known. This is a pass because I want to rephrase it. We're gonna say there any nope. I'm gonna use set.
藏，坡，
Dang it.
舰队，
我们看见了敌方舰队。
I really thought this was
新
okay. All right, then that's fine. Oops.
港，欣慰，
双亲无比欣慰。
Oh, there, Brian. Right. Said that already. Okay. 1 minute ago. Goodbye. Better work on your algorithm. That bot is broken, my friends. Whoever is operating it. Don't remember. Wait. Oh. Fun right there. What? The
插嘴，
你可以等一下，别插嘴。
no. We're gonna use this like to leaf blower.
搜，辛辣，
这种香料太辛辣了。
Hey, welcome back. How was your grocery trip? What did you buy?
路障，
警察设置了路障来控制交通。
博客，
这个博客有很多有趣的文章。
Or maybe a doctor. Expert is kind of a doctor.
扭，
Could be a master too, or professor, or oh yeah, 博客. No, we skip transliterations. Went. Well, there was an annoying homeless man asking for money on your way out. I see. Went well.
秒，
What did you get? What the?
使，
Okay.
陪同，
他陪同我去医院看病。
Like hot, spicy, pungent, lively. Yeah, okay. What did I type before? That was... Oh, did I just type just spicy? Okay. They didn't take just spicy. What? You don't take hot spicy, but you take spicy? Oh my. Oh, please. Got some snacks so you can eat while you draw. Very nice. What type of snacks did you get some Takis? I feel like that's a Californian thing. In your area. Sorry. I'm like profiling now. Like, did you get some Takis? Or oh no, don't do the Doritos. Did you get some Doritos? You silly goober. Actually, I could really. Wait. How about? Oh, what is a left field snack? Pop chips, or other snacks. What are trendy things today? Maybe some sort of popcorn. Alright, that's not too bad. Two today. Good. All the other ones are fine. We're about to get to start drawing. I do our drawing today. You got cheese balls. Okay, cheese balls. Nice. And added chamoy? Wait. What is that? Oh, intriguing. Aw. That sounds delightful. I'm not sure if I had it before, or like a version of it before. That? Oh wait, I have the Cholula brand one. Okay. That's kind of lovely with cheese balls. Sorry, my mouth just randomly watered because all I can think about is processed foods. What type of brand? Are you using a Cholula brand? I mean, I'm kind of a fan of Cholula. Let's see. Or fan as in I have probably the most experience with that one. Mega brand. Okay. All right, let's review this. So we have Yao, Yen, Yo, Dan, Dong, Oz week. Sai. Okay. This is probably the weakest vocab word too. You got Takis as well? Okay, so you did got Takis. My first guess would have been Takis. Largely because I think it agrees a lot with the palette. And Takis are like a low hanging fruit. California Taki, like Californian, Hispanic flavors, like inspired, like, you know, marketed inspired process Hispanic inspired stuff, Takis, and it agrees really well with like Americanized palettes as well. So I it's been a while since I had Takis. It's a very excellent, really nice, interesting thing that came out of the area. So I live in a state where they produce potato chips, so we do like Middlesworth potato chips and whatnot. Like there's local potato chip companies. That's usually where the snacks come from. The snack is seldom. Alright. This was column, right? Ad? It better be a Takis ad. Column. I can't read this. Taco Bell? Taco Bell. Yep. That sounds about right. Lan. Right? Lan. Lan Mu. It's a targeted ad. You mentioned Taco Bell yesterday. Actually, it might not be a target ad. Which is a common partner, has a common partnership with Taco Bell. Joe. No. We're talking about these, so it is. Yeah, it's kind of hard to know though. It's kind of both. Like I can't tell you for sure if it's one or the other, but it does check both boxes. So coincidentally, it's both, which is your guess is as good as mine. Oh, woo. 火箭 and something nearly illegible. I see a 不同手人 like it's supposed to be like 艺人 oh 节 oh okay, yeah, that's fine. They're 不同 right? Was it 节? Yes, severed. Yeah. 入华 气氛 纠纷 This one's a little rough too. Oh, I. A new. 不死 截止 冷什么无情 I can't read it, so that's unfortunate. Cool. Okay. 冷酷无情 Okay. All right. So we have. How does this work? We had Zelda chilling out, walking, approaching her barn. But she's yet to meet with Misfortune, or secret agent, one of Ganon's cronies. Came out of the woodworks. Secret agents. And then nabbed her while she was on the road. Okay. And we have Yugi, who's in the pawn shop, working in the pawn shop, having to wait. Yeah, needing a reason to tie a pig up with a silk buckle because it keeps eating all of the cards. Do I also use Duolingo? For Chinese, we completed the traditional Chinese course, Chinese. And then for Duolingo, I started the Spanish thing for a bit, but I couldn't manage all the things at once. But at some point, we're kind of like halfway through the Japanese. Then the Spanish course was supposed to go for the entire year, and then I was gonna try to test out Duolingo Max, Dual Max. You need to be like a subscriber and then have a certain device that's compatible before you can gain access to Dual Max. I was gonna experiment and stream the Dual Max function with Spanish because Spanish and French are the only two outside of English, right? That has that integration, and just to compare it. And one of the projects was supposed to use Chinese with ChatGPT and other LLM models to compare and contrast. So the reason why WaniKani is next to HanziHero is because they're two products that are kind of similar but also different. And then the other ideas are doing other projects where there are two like similar but different products. So you compare and contrast. It gives you an idea. And that was the idea. But time has this was me still scaling up. The first year was Duolingo. First year was we started Japanese, then 100 like halfway in for the year's project, we started Duolingo Chinese. And then that Chinese ended. Then this year was WaniKani and HanziHero, and then we were gonna flex in whenever there's time for Duolingo Spanish, and then continue Duolingo Japanese. But at the moment, this is where I hit my limited time. I don't have enough time to juggle everything, so it's on and off for the third spot. Third spot is the off and on thing. It's the monthly projects are taking a lot longer than I'm expecting. This month is Inktober, so there's no other monthly project. Inktober is the third spot. I always do at least two things that are consistent. Sometimes the two things can be really short, then I can do four things, but four things have been only very rare occasions. When like two updated things line up on the same day, then I might do four things. That'll be pushing it. Technically today I have four things because I'm doing two Inktober prompts. I was debating on doing three Inktober prompts because I skipped three at the moment. Catch up. All right, so we have Yoshi, who's in front of the bakery, where he noticed a dismembered member. A little bit worried that it might have been Mario, but it's not. Right. So perfectly happy, content. Then we have Dracula, who's in the bathroom of the pawn shop after acquiring an interesting magazine that shares the word about pointers regarding stretching when it comes to human birth. It's interesting because he's a vampire. And we have Zelda, who's in front of the temple, being basically worshipped on an altar, showered by fancy little containers or dollhouses, I suppose. And in the religion of Zelda, the Triforce. Okay. We have Tarzan, who's in the basement of the auditorium, serving as a stagehand, putting on gloves in order to make a dirt something and put flowers in it. I think the dirt something is this word. Oh, pagoda, a dirt pagoda. Oh my gosh, that's kind of weak. Then we have SpongeBob, who's in front of the high school, entertaining the little potatoes by hopping around, standing behind a wired mesh. And in a fancy enclosure, the dollhouse, he's stuffing himself in the dollhouse. What does the dirt have to do with it? Maybe on top of a dirt mound. And the kids are showering him with fins for whatever reason. He's stuffing himself in a dollhouse. And he got stuck, obviously, because it's SpongeBob. Alright, we have 2 characters for today. Fu. I totally forgot Fu. And I kind of need to revisit Fu just to see why this is not clicking anymore. Which is carry on shoulder. And then Ji. No, Ji. Ji is kind of understandable. Which was silver and postage or immediate or immediately. Okay, let's take a look at Fu and see if we can improve upon this here. Which Fu are we talking about? We are talking about carry on. Oh, not on the shoulder, on the back. Ooh. As a giant, okay. Frankenstein has a giant shellfish in the bathroom. Wants to move it out and take. Oh. He takes out a dagger and stabs the shellfish so he can get leverage. Nah, I don't got anything. Defeat. Yeah, that one's kind of. I know the read. I don't see the translation. That means we're gonna use a vocabulary word. What is gonna be our vocabulary word? Fudang. Fudang is probably gonna be our carry word. They're both carries, right? Carry on the shoulder and carry on the back. We're gonna have to use that as our seed. So I actually got dang mixed up with Fu, so makes sense because they both lead to burden, which we could use burden as a translation. And then at dan is Han or Moon? Probably Han. Dagger. Cliff. And a bunch of other things. Oh no, it's Cliff. Oh yeah, Cliff, legs, and Cliff, legs, and word. In fact, I don't even know what Don is. There, carry on shoulder. How the mnemonic work. We could come up with something. So on the spot, Dracula. Oh, this is where like Dracula is leaving the pawn shop with a dagger at the pawn shop by the cliff after like speaking with the person to vendor like legs and fingers. I don't actually know what I ended up using. Done. Let's look. Oh, I didn't add anything at all. Let's see. This is before I started writing thing. Dracula is in front of the pawn shop with some legs and that carries on his shoulder. A finger holding a second dagger is chasing him. So let's just say Dracula is in front of the pawn shop, having collected some supplies. He spoke words after speaking to the having spoke with words to the owner. Pawn shop by the cliff. He was able to acquire a dagger and some a bag and a bag of legs and fingers carries on shoulder. Human parts. Vampire. Alright. Alright. Pretty good today. Kept on task. Pretty quick. Alright. So, that's a wrap for our HanziHero session today. You're gonna watch this later. 谢谢. As always, feel free to follow along. Want to kind of give it a try for yourself. Let me know what you think. Always welcome to come on by and yap, change some ideas, right? Brainstorm some strategies, keep each other motivated. As always, until next time, 大家下次见. 感谢观看. Thanks for watching. I'm gonna take a quick break, get up, stretch, walk around a bit, back to work on our Inktober prompts. I'll be back in a few. Thank you. Yes, finally art.